Have you ever wondered about the peculiar ways in which the past shapes our present? How echoes of long-dead kings and forgotten battles still whisper through the very stones of modern cities? It's a strange fact, for instance, that some of the most beautiful vineyards in France today sit atop what were once vast, sprawling Roman villas, their ancient foundations silently nourishing the very vines that produce world-renowned wines. Or consider the perplexing mystery of why so many French towns still bear names derived from obscure Frankish chieftains, names that would be utterly meaningless without a journey back in time to an era when these figures truly held sway. And isn't it odd to think that the legal systems, the very frameworks of justice we often take for granted, have roots stretching back to decrees issued by men in tunics and sandals whose understanding of the world was profoundly different from our own? These aren't just dusty anecdotes. They're living threads connecting us to a vibrant, often violent, and always fascinating past. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. The curtain rises, not on trumpets and fanfare, but on a land deeply ingrained with the remnants of Roman order, a vast Gaul, now known as France, where the ghost of imperial administration still lingered even as its legions had long since departed, leaving a patchwork of fragmented authority and a populace grappling with a new, uncertain dawn. This was a time when the great Roman roads, once arteries of empire, became pathways for migrating tribes, and the grand villas, symbols of Roman luxury, slowly began to crumble or were repurposed by newcomers who saw value in their sturdy foundations. He would see, though, that the local Gallo-Roman elite, accustomed to their privileges, tried their best to maintain some semblance of the old ways, clinging to their Latin language and their sophisticated legal codes, even as the world around them began to shift irrevocably. It was a period of slow, almost imperceptible transformation, like a vast river changing its course, carving new channels and leaving old ones dry as the vibrant, organized life of Roman cities gave way to more decentralized, rural existence, driven by the immediate need for survival and local protection. Into this somewhat chaotic but not entirely desolate landscape lumbered the Germanic tribes, the Franks chief among them, who weren't just marauding invaders in the typical sense, but often arrived as federates, invited by the Romans themselves to settle and help defend the borders, a bit like hiring very muscular, axe-wielding bouncers who eventually decide they quite like the place and want to stay. These Franks, unlike some of the other Germanic groups, weren't keen on simply pillaging and moving on. They were here to build something new, to plant roots in the fertile lands of Gaul, and their presence marked the true beginning of what would become the Kingdom of France. The Salian Franks, in particular, a group known for their distinctive legal code, the Salic law, which, fun fact, later became rather important for determining royal succession and famously kept women off the French throne, much to the chagrin of quite a few aspiring queens over the centuries, began to assert their dominance, not always through brute force, but often through a gradual, almost sneaky absorption of power. Their leaders, like the mythical Merovech, whose very existence is, well, historians still argue whether he was a real person or more of a legendary figure designed to give the dynasty some ancient cred, laid the groundwork for a new kind of kingship, one that blended Roman administrative concepts with Germanic martial traditions. The true architect of this nascent Frankish realm was Clovis the Fern, a name that sounds less like a fearsome warrior and more like a sleepy cartoon character. Yet he was anything but a ruthless and pragmatic leader who united many of the disparate Frankish tribes under his sole rule, a feat akin to herding very angry, very armed cats. His conversion to Nicene Christianity around 496 CE, often attributed to a battlefield miracle during the Battle of Tolbiac, was a masterstroke of political cunning, aligning him with the Gallo-Roman population and, crucially, with the powerful Nicene Christian bishops who were the true pillars of continuity and authority in a crumbling world. This wasn't just a personal spiritual journey, though it may have been that too. It was a strategic alliance that gave his burgeoning kingdom legitimacy in the eyes of the established religious hierarchy and set it apart from other Aryan Christian Germanic tribes, like the Goths, who were, shall we say, less popular with the Pope. With the Church on his side, Clovis could present his conquests not just as territorial grabs, but as holy wars, making it much easier to justify taking land from his pagan or Aryan neighbors, a concept that would, ironically, become a recurring theme in French history. As Clovis's kingdom expanded, he effectively eliminated rival Frankish kings and drove out the Visigoths from most of southern Gaul, leaving them only a small foothold across the Pyrenees, thereby creating a large, if somewhat unwieldy domain that encompassed much of modern-day France and beyond. This consolidation of power, achieved through a blend of military prowess and shrewd diplomacy, was the critical first step in transforming a collection of tribal territories into a recognizable political entity, a sort of proto-France, albeit one with borders that would ebb and flow like the tides for centuries to come. His successors, the Merovingians, Clovis's direct descendants, continued his legacy, though often with less vigor and more internecine squabbling than one might prefer for a stable dynasty. These long-haired kings, whose flowing locks were symbols of their sacred power, and probably a nightmare to keep untangled after a long day of kinging, would rule for over 2 centuries, their courts often moving from place to place as they literally ate their way through the produce of their sprawling royal estates, a medieval version of a never-ending road trip. However, as generations passed, the Merovingian kings, while still nominally in charge, gradually ceded much of their actual authority to their chief administrators, the mayors of the palace, who effectively became the power behind the throne, much like a savvy, indispensable personal assistant who slowly but surely takes over the entire company while the CEO is busy napping. This gradual erosion of royal power would eventually set the stage for a dramatic shift in the political landscape, as these increasingly influential mayors of the palace, sensing a vacuum, began to eye the crown for themselves, dreaming of a day when they would no longer be merely advisors, but the true monarchs of the Franks. A silent, slow-motion coup brewing for decades in the shadows of the royal court. The stage was being set for the next act in this grand historical drama, one where new players would emerge from the wings, ready to seize destiny and forge an even more profound legacy. As the Merovingian kings increasingly resembled decorative lawn ornaments rather than actual rulers, often content to spend their days in leisurely pursuits, while the real grunt work of governance fell to their capable and increasingly ambitious chief ministers, the mayors of the palace, the shift in power became undeniable. A slow, silent coup unfolding over generations. These mayors, men like Pepin of Herstal and his formidable son Charles Martel, were the true architects of policy, the commanders of armies, and the recipients of vast swathes of land, effectively accumulating all the levers of power, while the nominal kings, with their famously long hair and even longer titles, remained largely symbolic, wheeled out for public appearances, and little else. It's almost as if they were the ultimate royal interns, doing all the heavy lifting for no real credit, until they realized, hey, why are we doing all this work while they get all the glory? A fair question, really, and one that would eventually lead to a rather significant job re-evaluation. The pivotal moment in this creeping power transfer arrived with Charles Martel, whose very name, the Hammer, evokes a sense of decisive, bone-crunching action, and he certainly lived up to it, not just in battle, but in consolidating the power of his family, the Pippinids, who would later be known as the Carolingians. His most celebrated achievement, the Battle of Tours in 732 CE, where he decisively halted the advance of the Umayyad Caliphate into Gaul, was a moment that looms large in European history, a clash that many historians credit with saving Christian Europe from Islamic conquest, though historians still argue whether the Umayyad force was a full-scale invasion or more of a large raiding party. Regardless, his victory cemented his family's prestige and military authority, allowing them to sideline the already enfeebled Merovingians even further, making it clear to everyone, including the Pope, who was truly in charge. It was a classic "I told you so" moment, but with fewer words and more swords. After Charles Martel, his son, Pepin the Short, a name that perhaps doesn't inspire the same terror as the Hammer, but whose ambition was anything but diminutive, decided it was time to put an end to the charade and officially seize the crown, seeking and receiving the crucial blessing of the Pope himself. In a move of brilliant political theatre, Pepin deposed the last Merovingian king, Childeric III, by the rather undignified method of sending him to a monastery and having his symbolic long hair ritually shorn, effectively stripping him of his royal power in the eyes of the people. Because apparently, hair was a big deal back then. Then, in 751 CE, Pepin was formally anointed King of the Franks by Boniface, a missionary bishop acting on papal authority, a groundbreaking act that forged a powerful, enduring alliance between the Frankish monarchy and the papacy, setting a precedent that would shape European politics for centuries to come. This wasn't just a coronation, it was a divine endorsement, turning a mere usurpation into a holy rite, which is a neat trick if you can pull it off. Pepin's reign, though shorter than his father's influential tenure, was significant in solidifying the foundations of the new Carolingian dynasty, establishing a more centralized form of governance and further expanding Frankish influence, especially into Italy, where he famously intervened on behalf of the Pope against the Lombards. This intervention led to the donation of Pepin, granting the Pope considerable territory in central Italy, which became the basis for the Papal States, effectively creating a sovereign papal temporal power, a kind of medieval Vatican City on steroids. He was less about grand conquests and more about administrative efficiency and strategic alliances, a sort of behind-the-scenes operator who understood that true power lay not just in swinging a hammer, but in building solid structures. Then came Pepin's son, the legendary Charlemagne, whose very name, Charles the Great, speaks volumes about his monumental impact. A figure so towering that he almost feels like a character from an epic poem rather than a flesh and blood king. He inherited a vast and relatively stable kingdom from his father, and blessed with a keen intellect and boundless energy, embarked on a series of military campaigns that would dramatically expand the Frankish realm, incorporating swathes of modern-day Germany, Italy, and even parts of Spain. His conquests were not just about land. They were about bringing order to a chaotic world, spreading Christianity, and restoring a semblance of the Roman ideal, though with a distinctly Frankish flavor. He was, in essence, trying to rebuild the Roman Empire, but with more beards and less toga. Charlemagne's campaigns were relentless and effective, subjugating the Avars and Saxons, integrating Bavaria, and strengthening his hold over Italy, transforming his kingdom into a veritable empire that stretched from the Atlantic to the Elbe, and from Denmark to central Italy. He understood that military might needed to be buttressed by effective administration, so he implemented reforms to standardize weights and measures, issued capitularies, royal decrees to govern his vast territories, and relied on a system of counts and missi dominici, royal envoys, to ensure his laws were enforced throughout his sprawling dominion. He was, by all accounts, a man who liked things organized, a bit of a medieval control freak, but in the best possible way for his burgeoning empire. The culmination of Charlemagne's reign, and arguably of the entire early medieval period, occurred on Christmas Day in 800 CE, when Pope Leo III, in a truly unexpected and somewhat dramatic ceremony in St. Peter's Basilica, crowned him Emperor of the Romans. This act, whether a surprise to Charlemagne himself, as some accounts suggest, or a carefully orchestrated political maneuver, symbolically linked the new Frankish Empire to the legacy of ancient Rome, providing a powerful source of legitimacy and prestige. Even if the actual Roman Empire in the East was still doing its thing, quite unimpressed by this new Western upstart. This wasn't just a fancy hat and a new title. It was a declaration that a new imperial power had risen in the West, claiming the mantle of universal Christian authority, a grand gesture that sent ripples across the political landscape of Europe. It was also, let's be honest, a rather impressive Christmas gift. Beyond his military and political achievements, Charlemagne was a passionate patron of learning and culture, sparking what became known as the Carolingian Renaissance, a period of renewed interest in classical scholarship, literature, and art. He gathered scholars from across Europe to his court at Aachen, established schools in monasteries and cathedrals to promote literacy, even attempting to learn to read and write himself, a truly humbling pursuit for an emperor, and encouraged the standardization of handwriting, leading to the development of Carolingian minuscule, a clear and legible script that became the basis for most modern European alphabets. He understood that a strong empire wasn't just built on swords, but on scrolls, a surprisingly enlightened view for a man who spent most of his life on horseback. He truly believed in the power of education, a belief that, sadly, wasn't always shared by his successors, who were perhaps more interested in squabbling over territory than deciphering ancient texts. Despite the monumental achievements of Charlemagne, who had almost single-handedly forged a vast and seemingly indomitable empire, uniting disparate peoples under a single crown and fostering a brief but brilliant intellectual revival. The sheer size and cultural diversity of his dominion contained the very seeds of its own eventual fragmentation, like a massive jigsaw puzzle, whose pieces, though temporarily fit together, were always destined to pull apart. The imperial dream, however grand, was built upon a rather personal foundation. The charisma and relentless energy of one man, and as is often the case with such personal empires, they rarely outlast the person who built them, leaving behind a power vacuum and a scramble for spoils among those who remain. He had held it all together with sheer force of will, but even the strongest will can't defy the inevitable forces of geography, language, and family ambition that would soon tear his legacy asunder. Upon Charlemagne's death in 814 CE, his only surviving legitimate son, Louis the Pious, inherited the vast Carolingian Empire, a man whose earnest piety was, unfortunately, matched by a distinct lack of his father's iron will and political acumen, leading to a reign marked by increasing internal strife and the slow unraveling of imperial unity. Louis, despite his good intentions and genuine efforts to maintain his father's legacy, struggled to manage his ambitious sons, whose constant bickering and open rebellion over the division of the inheritance became a recurring headache, reminiscent of siblings squabbling over who gets the last cookie. Except in this case, the cookie was a continent. The empire, which Charlemagne had stitched together with such care, began to fray at the seams, a testament to the fact that even the most meticulously crafted tapestry can come undone with enough tugging and pulling. The inevitable breaking point came after Louis the Pious's death in 840 CE, when his three surviving sons, Lothair, Louis the German, and Charles the Bald, plunged the empire into a brutal civil war, each vying for supremacy over their brothers. A family feud on an epic scale that made even the most dysfunctional reality TV show look like a harmonious picnic. This fratricidal conflict, fueled by personal ambition and deep-seated resentments, highlighted the inherent instability of an empire that lacked a strong, unchallenged central authority, as regional identities and linguistic differences, long suppressed under Charlemagne's unified rule, began to reassert themselves with a vengeance. It was clear that the days of a single, overarching Carolingian empire were rapidly drawing to a close, much like a grand old house that, after years of neglect, finally begins to show serious cracks in its foundation. The resolution, or rather the formalization of this division, came with the Treaty of Verdun in 843 CE, a landmark agreement that effectively carved Charlemagne's colossal empire into three distinct kingdoms, forever altering the geopolitical map of Europe and establishing the foundational borders that would eventually lead to modern-day France, Germany, and Italy. Lothair received Middle Francia, a long, awkward strip of territory stretching from the Low Countries down through Burgundy and Italy, along with the imperial title, which was quickly becoming less a symbol of power and more a participation trophy. Louis the German was granted East Francia, which largely corresponded to present-day Germany, setting him on a different historical trajectory. And crucially for our story, Charles the Bald received West Francia, the westernmost portion of the empire, which formed the direct precursor to the Kingdom of France, a territorial inheritance that, while still sprawling, was far more manageable than his grandfather's grand vision. This division was more than just a redraw of lines on a map. It marked the formal birth of a distinct French identity, albeit one still very much in its infancy, as West Francia began to forge its own destiny, separate from its eastern and middle counterparts. The linguistic divide also became more pronounced, with the emergence of distinct Romance languages in West Francia and Germanic languages in East Francia, as evidenced by the Oaths of Strasbourg in 842 CE, sworn by Charles the Bald and Louis the German in their respective vernaculars, Old French and Old High German. A document often considered the earliest surviving text in a Romance language distinct from Latin. This wasn't just a political split. It was a cultural divergence, subtly but surely, shaping the very way people thought and communicated within their newly defined realms, creating the first faint whispers of a national character. The political fragmentation didn't stop at the grand imperial level. Within West Francia itself, the decline of strong central authority led to the further decentralization of power, as local counts, dukes, and lords began to assert their independence, transforming royal authority into little more than a nominal claim over vast, largely autonomous territories. The kings of West Francia, particularly during the later Carolingian period, often found themselves with little more than their royal title and a small personal domain, constantly struggling to maintain control over their powerful vassals, who were increasingly acting like independent monarchs in their own right. It was a bit like trying to run a country where every regional manager decided they were now the CEO of their particular branch, and good luck getting them all to agree on anything. This weakening of royal power was exacerbated by external pressures, most notably the relentless and increasingly devastating Viking raids that began to plague the coasts and rivers of West Francia with terrifying regularity, like an annual subscription to chaos delivered directly to your doorstep. These formidable Norse warriors, with their long ships capable of navigating both the open sea and shallow rivers, brought a new level of terror and disruption, sailing deep inland to plunder towns, monasteries, and even cities, leaving destruction and fear in their wake. The lack of a strong unified royal army meant that local populations often had to fend for themselves, relying on local lords and fortified settlements for protection, further entrenching the power of the regional aristocracy who could actually provide some semblance of defense. It was a bleak time where the sound of dragon-headed prows on the horizon sent shivers down spines, and praying to the saints often felt like the only viable defense strategy. The repeated Viking incursions, coupled with the internal feuding of the Carolingian magnates, gradually eroded the prestige and practical power of the monarchy in West Francia, demonstrating that when the king couldn't even protect his own people, his claim to divine right started to look a little shaky. Cities like Paris, repeatedly besieged, found their defenders not necessarily in the king's distant army, but in local counts, most famously Odo of Paris, who heroically defended the city against a massive Viking siege in 885 or 886 CE, a feat that brought him immense prestige and cemented his family's reputation as capable protectors. This shift in reliance from a distant monarch to a local strongman was a critical factor in the emergence of a new power dynamic, where military prowess and local loyalty began to outweigh traditional claims of royal lineage. It was a rough world, and only the toughest, or at least the most strategically astute, would survive and thrive. The relentless hammering of Viking longships against the coasts and river systems of West Francia, coupled with the internal squabbling of the increasingly impotent later Carolingian kings, created a power vacuum so profound that it practically begged for a new strong man to step into the void, turning the notion of a centralized monarchy into little more than a polite fiction. Local lords, those pragmatic individuals who actually built castles and raised armies, were the ones providing tangible protection against the Norse onslaught, effectively cementing their power and loyalty from the beleaguered populace, while the king often felt as distant and ineffective as a monarch from a fairy tale. It was an era where the best defense was a good stone wall and a formidable local count, not a distant royal decree, leading to a profound decentralization that would define the political landscape for centuries. The Viking raids were not just isolated acts of piracy. They were systematic, brutal incursions that ranged from swift smash-and-grab operations to prolonged sieges, leaving a trail of scorched earth, plundered monasteries, and terrorized populations in their wake, profoundly shaping the defensive strategies and even the very demographics of the region. Major cities like Rouen and Nantes were devastated, while others like Paris endured harrowing sieges, demonstrating the vulnerability of the entire realm to these highly mobile and fiercely effective raiders, who seemed to emerge from the misty northern seas like vengeful spirits. The sheer audacity and frequency of these attacks forced the inhabitants of West Francia to adapt, leading to the construction of more fortifications and the rise of local strongholds, effectively transforming the landscape into a patchwork of defensive fiefdoms. One particularly notable series of events saw the Normans, a group of Vikings, eventually settle in the region that would, quite appropriately, become known as Normandy, transforming from fearsome raiders into feudal lords, a fascinating evolution from pirate to prince that underscores the pragmatic adaptability of both the Norsemen and the Franks. Their leader, Rollo, after years of relentless raiding along the Seine, finally struck a deal with the Carolingian king Charles the Simple in the Treaty of Saint-Clair-sur-Epte in 911 CE, receiving a large tract of land in exchange for converting to Christianity and swearing fealty to the king, essentially agreeing to stop burning down the neighborhood if they got to own it. This was less an act of submission and more a shrewd political compromise, recognizing the reality of Norman power while also attempting to integrate them into the Frankish political structure, a daring gamble that would pay off in unexpected ways for future French monarchs, though perhaps not for those initially losing their land. The establishment of Normandy was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it provided a relatively stable buffer against further Viking incursions in the heartland of West Francia, turning erstwhile enemies into nominal vassals. On the other hand, it created a powerful semi-independent duchy that would soon become a formidable player in its own right, eventually, as we'll remember, producing William the Conqueror and changing the course of English history. The Normans, with their fierce military prowess and impressive organizational skills, quickly adopted Frankish customs, language, and Christianity, but retained a distinct martial spirit and an eye for expansion, making them a force to be reckoned with, a bit like inviting a tiger into your garden, only to find it's now running the entire property. Their integration, however, slowly but surely, contributed to the tapestry of what would become the the unified French identity, adding a powerful, dynamic thread to the evolving cultural fabric. Meanwhile, the Carolingian dynasty in West Francia continued its slow, painful decline, marked by a succession of weak kings, internal power struggles among the nobility, and an inability to project authority beyond their increasingly shrinking royal domain. The powerful feudal magnates, particularly the Robertians, the ancestors of the Capetian dynasty, who were counts of Paris and dukes of France, gained increasing prominence due to their military prowess and their ability to defend their lands against the Vikings, effectively overshadowing the legitimate but ineffective Carolingian monarchs. It was a classic case of the strong do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must, where true power resided with those who could command armies and protect their subjects, rather than those who simply inherited a crown. The final nail in the Carolingian coffin came with the death of Louis V in 987 CE, the last Carolingian king of West Francia, who died childless, leaving a gaping hole in the traditional line of succession and forcing the powerful magnates of the realm to choose a new king from among themselves. This wasn't a moment of widespread mourning for a beloved monarch. Rather, it was an opportunity for the leading nobles to assert their influence and decide the future of the kingdom. A political chess match played out by the most powerful figures in the realm. The stage was set for a dramatic departure from the old ways, a turning point that would usher in a new era of French history, a change that felt both inevitable and revolutionary. The magnates, after much deliberation and political maneuvering, ultimately chose Hugh Capet, the powerful Duke of the Franks and Count of Paris, to be their new king, marking the beginning of the Capetian dynasty, a family that would, against all odds, rule France in an unbroken male line for over 3 centuries, a truly remarkable feat of dynastic endurance. Hugh Capet, though initially little more than a first among equals among his powerful vassals, possessed crucial advantages. His family's vast personal domain around Paris and Orléans, his consistent military success against Viking threats, and crucially, the support of the Church, which saw in him a more reliable partner than the fading Carolingians. His accession was a strategic gamble, a pragmatic choice by the nobility to select a strong, capable leader who could bring some semblance of stability to a fragmented realm, rather than cling to a crumbling imperial legacy. Hugh Capet's coronation in 987 CE wasn't a glorious conquest, but a quiet, almost understated affair, reflecting the limited power he initially held over his sprawling and a largely independent vassals. He did not rule a unified France as we know it today. Rather, he was king of a collection of largely autonomous feudal territories, with his direct authority extending primarily over his own lands, known as the royal domain. His challenge, and that of his early successors, was not to conquer new empires, but to simply survive, to slowly and painstakingly consolidate royal authority, and to prevent the kingdom from completely fragmenting into countless independent lordships. It was a long game, a slow grind of strategic marriages, political alliances, and occasional military action, rather than grand sweeping conquests. The early Capetian kings, remarkably, managed to do just that, relying on a combination of luck, longevity, and a clever policy of associating their heirs with the crown during their own lifetimes, ensuring a smooth succession that avoided the disastrous dynastic disputes that had plagued the Carolingians. This practice known as co-option, effectively sidestepped the thorny issue of elective monarchy and firmly entrenched the principle of hereditary rule, gradually strengthening the legitimacy of the Capetian claim to the throne. They also cultivated a strong alliance with the Church, presenting themselves as pious defenders of Christianity, which provided them with invaluable moral and political support, making their fledgling dynasty feel divinely ordained, a powerful psychological weapon in a deeply religious age. With the Capetian dynasty now officially seated on the fragmented throne of West Francia, a seat that felt less like a regal perch and more like a wobbly stool in a very large, drafty hall, their immediate challenge was to simply exist, to survive the relentless machinations of powerful feudal lords who often wielded more effective authority in their own domains than the king did across the entire kingdom. The new rulers, starting with Hugh Capet, understood that their survival depended less on grand military campaigns, which they often lacked the resources to undertake, and more on a shrewd, almost plodding, strategy of internal consolidation, a slow-motion chess game played out over generations, focusing on extending their influence within the royal domain itself. They were, in essence, trying to transform a loose confederation of independent duchies and counties into something resembling a coherent kingdom, one small, strategic step at a time. The early Capetian kings, remarkably, possessed an uncanny knack for longevity and fertility, a seemingly mundane but incredibly potent advantage in an era plagued by short lifespans and unstable successions, ensuring that a direct male heir was almost always available to inherit the throne. This unbroken line of succession, a veritable golden ticket in a world of constant dynastic squabbles, prevented the kinds of destructive civil wars that had so often crippled previous dynasties and allowed the Capetian family to slowly build a continuous tradition of royal authority. They perfected the art of the co-option of their eldest son, crowning him as co-ruler during their own lifetime, which effectively circumvented the elective principle of the old Frankish monarchy and cemented the hereditary nature of the French crown, making the transition from one king to the next a smooth, almost frictionless affair. This was a far cry from the dramatic depositions and power struggles that characterized other European monarchies, giving the nascent French kingdom a degree of stability that was the envy of its neighbors. Their initial sphere of direct influence, the royal domain, was a relatively small, fragmented territory centered around Paris and Orléans, surrounded by far larger and wealthier duchies like Aquitaine, Burgundy, and Normandy, whose dukes and counts often behaved as independent rulers, paying little more than lip service to the king. The early Capetians focused on strengthening their control over this core territory, suppressing unruly local lords, building fortifications, and developing effective administrative practices, turning their personal holdings into a model of efficient governance that would gradually serve as a blueprint for the entire kingdom. They understood that you had to get your own house in order before you could even think about telling your very powerful neighbors how to run theirs. Beyond their territorial consolidation, the Capetians shrewdly leveraged their alliance with the Church, positioning themselves as devout Christian monarchs, protectors of the faith, and patrons of monastic reform, garnering immense moral authority and practical support from the powerful ecclesiastical hierarchy. This meant that bishops and abbots, throughout the realm, often significant landowners themselves, tended to side with the king against recalcitrant feudal lords, providing valuable administrative assistance, financial contributions, and crucially, ideological legitimacy, casting the king's authority as divinely ordained. This spiritual endorsement was a powerful tool, far more effective than any army in an age when religious belief held such sway, allowing them to exert influence far beyond the physical borders of their royal domain. It was like having a cosmic endorsement for your reign, which, let's be honest, is pretty good PR. While the early Capetians were steadily, if slowly, strengthening their internal position, the wider European stage was experiencing a surge of religious fervor that would profoundly impact the French nobility and, by extension, the kingdom itself. The Crusades. When Pope Urban II issued his stirring call to arms at the Council of Clermont in 1095, appealing to the Christian knights of Europe to reclaim the Holy Land from Muslim control, the response from the French nobility was immediate and overwhelming, earning France the moniker of eldest daughter of the Church and unleashing a torrent of martial energy eastward. This wasn't just a religious pilgrimage. It was an opportunity for landless knights to gain riches and glory, for ambitious lords to carve out new territories, and for sinners to earn divine forgiveness. A tempting package deal for a medieval warrior. The First Crusade, 1096-1099, was heavily dominated by French participants, with prominent figures like Raymond IV of Toulouse, Godfrey of Bouillon, though he was from Lower Lorraine, a part of the former Middle Francia. Many of his followers were French, and Stephen of Blois, leading significant contingents, demonstrating the martial prowess and deeply ingrained religious zeal of the French aristocracy. These crusaders, fueled by genuine piety, a thirst for adventure, and perhaps a healthy dose of avarice, embarked on a perilous journey to the east, enduring incredible hardships, brutal battles, and shocking massacres, all in the name of God and glory. Though the glory often came with a side of unspeakable brutality. The sheer scale of French participation had a curious internal effect. It drained away some of the more troublesome and ambitious elements of the nobility, providing a convenient outlet for their martial energies far from the royal domain, inadvertently contributing to the king's efforts at internal pacification. While the Capetian kings themselves, unlike some other European monarchs, did not lead the First Crusade, Philip III was excommunicated at the time, which rather put a damper on his holy warrior credentials. They certainly benefited from its ripple effects. The absence of many powerful lords on crusade reduced internal resistance to royal authority, allowing the king to consolidate his power further without as much immediate opposition. Moreover, the Crusades generated new forms of wealth and trade, as returning crusaders brought back exotic goods and new ideas, stimulating economic activity and contributing to the gradual growth of towns and a nascent merchant class, which would eventually become another source of royal support, distinct from the old feudal aristocracy. Historians still argue whether the economic benefits of the Crusades truly outweighed the massive human and financial cost. But for the Capetian monarchy, the initial impact was largely positive. The enthusiasm for crusading also reinforced the king's image as a devout Christian ruler, further bolstering the Capetian alliance with the Church and strengthening the moral legitimacy of their rule. They were seen as part of a grand divine plan, leading their people not just politically, but spiritually. A powerful narrative that helped to bind the disparate elements of the kingdom together, however loosely. The concept of a unified Christendom, championed by the papacy, subtly reinforced the idea of a unified Christian monarchy, even if the reality on the ground in France was still far from a cohesive nation-state. This period, therefore, saw the Capetians quietly, patiently, laying the groundwork for future expansion, slowly accumulating resources and prestige, like a careful squirrel gathering nuts for a very long winter. They weren't making headlines with grand conquests, but they were establishing the administrative and ideological bedrock upon which a more powerful and centralized French monarchy would eventually be built. It was a testament to the idea that sometimes the most effective way to gain power is not through dramatic clashes, but through consistent, understated diligence, surviving long enough to simply outlast your more volatile rivals, allowing the slow grind of time to work in your favor. As the Capetian dynasty continued its patient, almost stealthy ascent, slowly weaving threads of royal authority into the fragmented tapestry of medieval France, their early strategy of simply surviving and securing the hereditary principle began to yield tangible results, transforming the king from a mere figurehead among powerful dukes into a burgeoning force. This steady accumulation of legitimacy and influence, often through the judicious use of church support and strategic marriages, laid the groundwork for a period of more active royal engagement, moving beyond mere survival to actually asserting control over their often rebellious vassals. The foundation was set for a king who could do more than just exist. He could actually act. The true turning point for active royal power came with Louis VI, often known as Louis the Fat, who reigned from 1108 to 1137, a monarch whose somewhat unflattering nickname belied a surprisingly energetic and effective reign that marked a decisive shift from passive endurance to aggressive consolidation of royal authority. Louis VI, unlike some of his more contemplative predecessors, was a man of action, frequently leading his own knights in skirmishes to bring unruly castellans within his royal domain to heel, transforming the messy patchwork of independent fortresses into a more cohesive and obedient royal territory. He understood that a king's word was only as good as the army that stood behind it, and he was quite willing to prove the latter point. His reign was characterized by relentless campaigns against robber barons and independent lords who had set up strongholds within or near the royal domain, disrupting trade routes and challenging royal authority with casual impunity, making life miserable for anyone trying to, just live. Louis VI systematically dismantled these rogue castles, asserted justice through royal courts, and ensured the safety of roads, thereby securing the loyalty of merchants and common folk who craved stability and protection, inadvertently setting a precedent that the king was truly the fount of justice and order. This wasn't glamorous empire building. It was the painstaking, often violent, work of house cleaning, making his own backyard tidy before even thinking about the neighbor's overgrown weeds. Crucially, Louis VI formed a deep and incredibly effective partnership with Abbot Suger, the influential and brilliant abbot of the Royal Abbey of Saint-Denis, who served as his chief advisor and later regent for his son, a collaboration that was arguably one of the most fruitful political alliances in French history. Suger, a man of humble origins who rose through the ranks of the church, possessed a keen intellect, administrative genius, and a profound vision for the French monarchy, seeing it not just as a collection of feudal holdings, but as a sacred institution, divinely ordained to unite and govern the entire realm. He was the ultimate behind-the-scenes operator, the power broker who understood that propaganda and perception were as vital as swords and shields. Suger's vision for the monarchy was truly transformative. He emphasized the king's role as a pious and just ruler, protector of the church, and dispenser of justice, utilizing elaborate ceremonies and propaganda to elevate the king's image from a mere feudal lord to a sacred, almost mystical figure. He also understood the importance of economic development, encouraging trade, supporting urban growth, and improving royal administration to increase the crown's revenues, essentially treating the kingdom as a complex business that needed careful management. His architectural legacy, the rebuilding of the Abbey of Saint-Denis in the groundbreaking Gothic style, became a symbol of royal splendor and a testament to the burgeoning power and prestige of the Capuchin kings, a visual representation of their divine mandate. The political landscape of Europe, however, was about to throw a rather large wrench into the serene Capetian consolidation in the form of the immensely powerful and notoriously complicated figure of Eleanor of Aquitaine. This remarkable woman, heiress to the vast, wealthy, and culturally sophisticated Duchy of Aquitaine, a territory larger than the entire royal domain of the French king, was a prize catch for any monarch seeking to expand their influence. And her first marriage, in 1137, was to Louis VI's son, Louis VII, making him king just a few months after his father's death. This union theoretically doubled the size and wealth of the French kingdom overnight, a seemingly incredible boon that promised unimaginable power and resources to the Capuchin crown. However, the marriage between Louis VII, a devout and somewhat ascetic monarch, and the vivacious, independent, and intellectually curious Eleanor was famously a disaster, a clash of personalities as much as cultures, proving that sometimes even the most strategically advantageous matches can fail spectacularly. Eleanor, accustomed to the vibrant courtly culture of Aquitaine, found the Parisian court dull and her husband too monastic, while Louis found her independent spirit and occasional flirtatiousness rather scandalous for a queen. Their relationship deteriorated, particularly after the Second Crusade, which Louis led and where Eleanor's unconventional behavior, including reportedly riding in battle armor and having a rather scandalous affair with her uncle, though historians still argue whether the affair truly happened or was just gossip, further strained their bond. It was clear that this royal romance was heading for the rocks, and when royal rocks collide, they tend to make very large political splashes. After 15 years of marriage and 2 daughters, but crucially, no male heir for Louis VII, which in medieval Europe was often viewed as a sign of divine displeasure or simply bad luck for the dynasty. Their marriage was annulled in 1152 on grounds of consanguinity. They were distantly related, a convenient excuse often used when royal unions weren't working out. This annulment was perhaps the single greatest political blunder in French history, a truly spectacular own goal, because within 2 months, the still young and incredibly wealthy Eleanor of Aquitaine married Henry Plantagenet, Count of Anjou and Duke of Normandy, who would, 2 years later, become Henry II of England. This second marriage united Aquitaine, Normandy, Anjou, Maine, and Touraine under the English crown, creating the vast and formidable Angevin Empire, an interconnected web of territories that stretched from the Scottish border to the Pyrenees, dwarfing the French royal domain and posing an existential threat to the Capetian monarchy. Suddenly, the King of France, who had been painstakingly trying to consolidate his power, found himself surrounded by a colossal English-ruled dominion on his western flank, a giant blob of rival power that effectively encircled his meager royal lands. It was a geopolitical nightmare, transforming the relatively contained feudal struggles into an international rivalry of epic proportions, setting the stage for centuries of conflict between the nascent kingdoms of France and England, a rivalry that would culminate in the 100 Years' War. The Capetian kings, after decades of cautious internal growth, were now confronted with an external threat of unprecedented scale, turning their quiet expansion plans into a desperate struggle for survival against a vastly wealthier and more powerful neighbor. This dramatic shift in the balance of power meant that the future of France would hinge on the ability of its kings to challenge and eventually dismantle this imposing Angevin colossus. The stage was set for a titanic struggle, not just between two kings, but between two emerging national identities, one that would define the very essence of medieval French history. The irony, of course, was that this formidable challenge had arisen directly from a royal divorce, proving that even in the highest echelons of power, personal decisions can have continent-shattering consequences. With the shadow of the colossal Angevin Empire now stretching ominously across much of western France, a formidable entity born from the spectacularly ill-advised annulment of Louis VII's marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine, the Capetian kings found themselves in an existential struggle, no longer just consolidating their internal domain, but facing a direct and overwhelming challenge to their very survival. This wasn't merely a border dispute. It was a clash of titans, pitting the nascent French monarchy against a vastly richer and more extensive English-controlled continental empire, making every strategic decision, every alliance, and every birth of a new heir feel like a matter of life or death for the nascent kingdom. The pressure was on, and the stakes couldn't have been higher. Into this perilous landscape stepped Philip II Augustus, who ascended to the throne in 1180 at the tender age of 15, a king whose cunning, strategic brilliance, and relentless ambition would fundamentally transform the Capetian monarchy from a beleaguered provincial power into the dominant force in Western Europe. Philip, known for his sharp mind and pragmatic approach rather than his physical prowess, understood that direct military confrontation with the mighty Henry II of England and his formidable sons, especially Richard the Lionheart, was a risky proposition, so he employed a far more subtle and insidious strategy: divide and conquer. He was less about swinging a sword and more about twisting a knife, metaphorically speaking, of course. Philip's early reign was a masterclass in patient manipulation as he skillfully exploited the endemic family feuds and deep-seated rivalries within the Plantagenet family, playing Henry II's sons, Richard, Geoffrey, and John, against their father and each other with Machiavellian precision. He would offer support to one rebellious son, then shift his allegiance, constantly sowing discord, and preventing the Angevin Empire from ever presenting a unified front, effectively using their own internal squabbles as a weapon against them. It was a long, frustrating game for the Plantagenets, like trying to herd cats that were constantly being poked with a stick by a very mischievous neighbor. The death of Henry II in 1189, followed by the ascension of the legendary Richard the Lionheart, initially presented a significant challenge, as Richard was a formidable warrior, universally admired for his chivalry and military genius. Truly a king among knights, Philip Augustus initially joined Richard on the Third Crusade, a venture that saw them share moments of camaraderie and probably quite a few squabbles over strategy. But Philip, ever the pragmatist, saw the crusade as a temporary distraction from his ultimate goal. He soon abandoned the Holy Land, citing ill health, a convenient excuse if there ever was one, and returned to France to resume his systematic dismantling of the Angevin Empire, viewing Richard's absence as a golden opportunity to chip away at English possessions. While Richard was off fighting in the Holy Land, and then famously held for ransom on his way back, a truly spectacular misadventure that cost England a fortune, Philip Augustus was busy consolidating his gains, forming alliances, and preparing for the inevitable showdown. Recognizing that his rival's absence was a gift from the heavens, when Richard finally returned, much poorer but no less determined, he engaged in a series of intense but ultimately inconclusive campaigns against Philip. Battles that saw both kings demonstrating their military acumen, but failed to yield a decisive victory for either side. Richard, for all his martial brilliance, never managed to fully regain the momentum, and his untimely death from an arrow wound in 1199, while besieging a minor castle in Limousin, a rather ignominious end for such a grand figure, if you ask me, removed the most formidable obstacle to Philip's ambitions. The ascension of King John to the English throne after Richard's death was a stroke of immense luck for Philip Augustus, as John proved to be perhaps the least capable and most infuriating of the Plantagenet brothers, a monarch whose tyrannical tendencies, political blunders, and military ineptitude would earn him the infamous moniker Lackland. Even before Magna Carta entered the scene, Philip immediately seized on John's weaknesses, using legal pretexts. John's marriage to Isabella of Angoulême, who was already betrothed to one of John's vassals, provided a convenient excuse to declare all of John's French fiefs forfeit, thereby initiating a full-scale invasion of Normandy. This was more than just a declaration of war. It was a declaration of total dominance. The subsequent campaigns, culminating in the decisive Battle of Bouvines in 1214, were a triumph of Philip Augustus's strategic genius and determination, marking a watershed moment in the history of both France and England. At Bouvines, Philip's forces decisively defeated a coalition led by John, which included Flemish counts and the Holy Roman Emperor Otto IV, effectively shattering the Angevin Empire and confirming French ascendancy. This wasn't just a victory, it was a total demolition. John's continental possessions, including Normandy, Anjou, Maine, and Touraine, were irrevocably lost to the French crown, leaving England with only a precarious foothold in Gascony, southwestern France. Historians still argue whether the Battle of Bouvines truly solidified a nascent French national identity. But there's no doubt it profoundly shaped the political landscape. The annexation of these vast and wealthy territories dramatically expanded the French royal domain, making the Capetian king the undisputed master of a vastly larger and richer kingdom, transforming his theoretical suzerainty over independent dukes into actual tangible control. The economic benefits were immense, as the fertile lands and bustling towns of Normandy and Anjou now contributed directly to the royal coffers, providing the financial resources for Philip to further strengthen his administration, build grand cathedrals, and maintain a powerful standing army. It was like suddenly upgrading from a small regional airline to a major international carrier, complete with all the fancy bells and whistles. Philip Augustus wasn't just a conqueror. He was also a brilliant administrator, laying the foundations for a more centralized and efficient French government. He introduced royal officials called baillis and seneschaux to administer justice and collect taxes in his newly acquired territories, gradually replacing the old feudal system with a more direct form of royal control. He fortified Paris, paving its streets, building new markets, and constructing the impressive Louvre fortress, transforming his capital into a true royal city, a vibrant center of power and commerce, a testament to his ambition and vision for a unified France. He was a master planner, seeing not just battles but entire urban landscapes and administrative systems. The legacy of Philip II Augustus was profound. He had, through a combination of military success, political cunning, and administrative reform, expanded the royal domain tenfold, established the French monarchy as the dominant power in Western Europe, and fundamentally shifted the balance of power away from the great feudal lords towards a more centralized royal authority. He had, in essence, transformed the struggling Capetian caterpillar into a formidable butterfly, albeit one with a very sharp sting. His reign marked the true beginning of a powerful, unified French kingdom, a process that would continue to unfold over centuries, but whose trajectory was irrevocably set by the brilliant manipulations of this singular king. Even as Philip Augustus was celebrating his triumph at Bouvines, having dramatically expanded the French royal domain and effectively dismantling the vast Angevin empire that had so threatened the very existence of his kingdom, a different kind of storm was brewing in the south of France, a tumultuous and brutal conflict that, though seemingly a regional affair, would have profound and lasting consequences for the cultural and political landscape of the entire nation. This wasn't a clash of kings and knights in shining armor, so much as a vicious religious crusade, a purging fire aimed at a movement deemed heretical, demonstrating the often brutal intersection of faith, power, and territorial ambition in medieval Europe. It was a dark chapter, stained with blood and theological zealotry, and it would irrevocably reshape the south of France, the fertile and culturally vibrant region of Occitania, encompassing territories like Toulouse, Provence, and Languedoc, stood in stark contrast to the more feudal and militarily oriented north of France, boasting a sophisticated, tolerant, and flourishing culture that embraced troubadour poetry, unique legal traditions, and a more cosmopolitan outlook. However, this distinctiveness also harbored a religious movement known as Catharism, which, though a minority faith, had gained significant traction among all social classes, from peasants to powerful nobles, posing a direct theological and institutional challenge to the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. The Cathars, or Albigensians, as they were also known, after the city of Albi, a stronghold, believed in a dualistic cosmology, a world where good and evil forces were perpetually at war, rejecting the material world as inherently evil, denying the divinity of Christ, and condemning the hierarchy and perceived corruption of the Catholic Church, making them, understandably, quite unpopular with the Pope. The Catholic Church, already grappling with various reform movements and anxious to assert its universal authority, viewed Catharism as a grave heresy, a dangerous spiritual cancer that threatened the very fabric of Christendom. And despite numerous attempts at peaceful conversion through preaching and debate, the movement continued to spread, prompting increasingly desperate calls for intervention. For Rome, the continued existence of such a widespread and defiant heresy in the heart of Christian Europe was an intolerable affront, a challenge that demanded a swift and decisive response, illustrating the powerful role religion played in defining both loyalty and opposition in the medieval mind. It was a theological problem that quickly morphed into a military solution, as so often happens when religious fervor meets political power. In 1209, after a papal legate was murdered, an act often attributed, though historians still argue whether correctly, to a follower of the Count of Toulouse, Raymond VI, who was sympathetic to the Cathars. Pope Innocent III, a famously powerful and assertive pontiff, declared a crusade against the Cathars in Languedoc, inviting the northern French nobility to participate, promising both spiritual rewards and, crucially, earthly spoils. This call to arms unleashed a torrent of northern French knights and mercenaries into the south, driven by a potent mix of religious zeal, genuine hatred for heresy, and perhaps, most powerfully, the irresistible allure of acquiring new lands and wealth in the prosperous south. It was a holy war with very tangible economic benefits, a rather enticing combination for ambitious noblemen. The ensuing Albigensian Crusade, 1209–1229, was a protracted and exceptionally brutal conflict, characterized by widespread massacres, sieges, and a scorched earth policy, making it one of the darkest chapters in French history. The Crusaders, led for much of its early phase by the ruthless and zealous Simon de Montfort, showed little mercy, famously at the siege of Béziers, where upon being asked how to distinguish Cathars from Catholics, the papal legate Arnaud Amalric reportedly declared, "Kill them all, God will know his own." This chilling command encapsulated the barbarity of the campaign, which often indiscriminately slaughtered entire populations, Catholic and Cathar alike, in a chilling testament to medieval religious fanaticism. It was a level of systematic violence that still makes one shudder. Even centuries later, while the Capetian kings initially held back from direct full-scale involvement, focusing on their struggle with England, they shrewdly recognized the strategic opportunity presented by the Crusade to extend royal authority into the relatively independent South, a region that had long resisted direct control from Paris. Louis VIII, Philip Augustus's son, eventually took a more active role in the later stages of the Crusade, and his son, Louis IX, would ultimately conclude the conflict, effectively transforming a religious war into a territorial conquest for the French crown. The Crusade, therefore, served as a convenient pretext for royal expansion, allowing the king to absorb vast territories and undermine the autonomy of powerful southern lords like the Count of Toulouse, whose domain, once so vast and independent, was gradually chipped away. The long-term consequences of the Albigensian Crusade were profound and multifaceted. Militarily, it largely succeeded in crushing Catharism as an organized religion, though small pockets of believers persisted in secret for decades. Culturally, it devastated the vibrant Occitanian culture, with its troubadour traditions and unique language, replacing it with the imposition of northern French customs and language, a deliberate act of cultural suppression that forever altered the South. Politically, it resulted in the direct annexation of Languedoc and other southern territories into the French royal domain, dramatically increasing the king's power and extending his administrative reach into a region that had previously been largely autonomous, creating a more unified, if not entirely harmonious, French kingdom. Furthermore, the Crusade led to the establishment of the Inquisition in France, a powerful and feared institution designed to root out heresy, which greatly strengthened the Church's control over religious belief and contributed to a more rigid, less tolerant intellectual climate. This systematic persecution, employing interrogations, torture, and public burnings, instilled a pervasive fear of religious nonconformity and served as a chilling reminder of the consequences of challenging established dogma, forever changing the relationship between religious belief and state power. It was a mechanism of social control that left deep scars on the collective memory of the South, a grim reminder of the dangers of centralized authority, whether royal or religious. The integration of the South into the French kingdom, though achieved through brutal means, was a critical step in the formation of modern France, bringing together distinct cultural and linguistic regions under a single crown. Though the resentments and distinct identities of the Occitanian people would linger for centuries, the royal capital, Paris, now exerted its influence much more broadly, consolidating administrative, legal, and cultural norms across an expanded territory, further cementing the Capetian monarchy's position as the central power in the realm. The Crusade, therefore, served as a catalyst for national unification, albeit a bloody and tragic one, demonstrating how even the most horrific conflicts can inadvertently serve the larger purposes of state building, for better or worse. The end of the Albigensian Crusade marked not just the suppression of a heresy, but a significant expansion of royal power, and a major step towards the territorial consolidation of France, completing much of the work that Philip Augustus had begun in the north against the English. The Capuchin kings now presided over a far larger, more cohesive, and more powerful kingdom, ready to face the challenges of the burgeoning 13th century from a position of unprecedented strength. The echoes of the conflict, the tales of heroism and horror, would continue to resonate through the valleys and mountains of Languedoc, a permanent reminder of the price paid for religious conformity and political unity, fading slowly into the mists of time, but never entirely forgotten. Emerging from the tumultuous shadows of the Albigensian Crusade, a conflict that had brutally forged a greater degree of unity for the Capuchin kingdom by forcefully integrating the South, the French monarchy found itself poised on the cusp of a golden age, a period of unprecedented stability, administrative reform, and moral authority, largely personified by one exceptional monarch who would become a symbol of medieval kingship. This was a king who didn't just rule. He inspired, he reformed, and he set a standard for justice and piety that resonated for centuries, leaving behind a legacy that transcended mere territorial expansion or military conquest. His reign was a remarkable blend of pragmatism and spiritual devotion, a rarity in a world often dominated by ruthless power plays. That king was Louis IX, who ascended to the throne in 1226 at the tender age of 12, initially ruling under the capable regency of his formidable and devout mother, Blanche of Castile, a woman whose stern piety and shrewd political acumen ensured the stability of the kingdom during his minority. Blanche successfully navigated the lingering aristocratic rebellions in the wake of the Albigensian Crusade and skillfully fended off English attempts to regain lost territories, effectively preserving and strengthening the gains made by Philip Augustus and Louis VIII, presenting her son with a relatively secure and growing kingdom. She was the ultimate tiger mom of medieval Europe, making sure her son was ready for the enormous task ahead and ensuring no one dared challenge his authority while he was still, well, a child. As Louis IX came of age and took full control of the reins of power, he embarked on a reign 1226 to 1270 that would earn him the unique distinction of being the only French king to be canonized as a saint, largely due to his profound personal piety, unwavering commitment to justice, and his perceived role as a moral exemplar for all of Christendom. He truly believed in his divine right to rule, but he also believed deeply in the divine obligation that came with it, seeing his kingship as a sacred trust to serve God and his people, a philosophy that guided every aspect of his policy, making him a truly unique figure among his contemporaries. He wasn't just wearing the crown, he was living the sermon. Louis IX was a tireless reformer, dedicated to improving the administration of justice and ensuring fairness throughout his expanding realm, understanding that a stable kingdom required a contented populace, and a contented populace required access to impartial legal processes. He reformed the royal courts, making them more accessible and efficient, encouraging the use of written evidence and reducing the arbitrary power of local lords to dispense justice, thereby extending the reach and credibility of royal law. He famously held court under an oak tree at Vincennes, where he would personally hear the grievances of his subjects, rich and poor alike, a direct and visible demonstration of his commitment to justice that became legendary and solidified his reputation as a saint king in the popular imagination. Historians still argue whether his legal reforms were truly revolutionary or merely a continuation of existing trends, but their impact on public perception was undeniable. Beyond justice, Louis IX was a shrewd administrator who further strengthened the royal bureaucracy, introducing royal inquisitors, not to be confused with the religious inquisition, though they shared a name and a penchant for investigation, to monitor the conduct of local officials and prevent corruption, ensuring that royal authority was respected and revenue collected efficiently across the increasingly unified kingdom. He also introduced a stable currency, the livre tournois, which helped to facilitate trade and further integrate the diverse regions of France economically, making financial transactions a little less like a confusing game of Monopoly with ever-changing money. These quiet, unglamorous reforms laid the essential groundwork for a strong, centralized state, proving that sometimes the greatest impact comes from careful, consistent governance, not just grand battles. Louis IX's foreign policy was equally remarkable, marked by a commitment to peace and diplomacy rather than constant warfare, especially with England, his kingdom's traditional rival. In 1259, he signed the Treaty of Paris with Henry III of England, a surprisingly generous agreement that ceded some minor territories back to England, Gascony, and some parts of Aquitaine, in exchange for Henry III formally renouncing his claims to Normandy, Anjou, Maine, and Touraine, effectively solidifying the gains of Philip Augustus and recognizing the Capetian king as the legitimate sovereign over most of France. This wasn't a sign of weakness. It was a testament to Louis's pragmatic wisdom, prioritizing long-term peace and stability over endless, costly conflict, a strategy that would benefit both kingdoms in the long run. He valued a good, lasting peace over the fleeting glory of another small victory. However, for all his earthly wisdom and administrative genius, Louis IX was also a product of his deeply religious age, and his profound piety led him to undertake two ambitious, albeit ultimately disastrous, crusades to the Holy Land, which, while driven by genuine spiritual fervor, drained vast resources and resulted in significant loss of life. His first crusade, the Seventh Crusade, 1248 to 1254, saw him lead a massive French army to Egypt, believing that conquering Egypt was the key to reclaiming Jerusalem. It ended in utter catastrophe. He was captured by the Mamluks at the Battle of Fariskor and only released after a hefty ransom and the surrender of the city of Damietta, a humiliating defeat that left him personally devastated. Despite this crushing setback, Louis IX, still driven by an unyielding desire to liberate the Holy Land, embarked on his second crusade, the Eighth Crusade, 1270. Directing his forces towards Tunis, believing the Sultan of Tunis could be converted to Christianity and would then aid him in the fight against the Mamluks. This second venture was even more tragic, as his army was ravaged by disease, including dysentery, and Louis himself succumbed to illness outside Tunis, dying in 1270, his final fervent prayers for Jerusalem on his lips. His death, far from his beloved France, marked a poignant end to a truly exceptional reign, a testament to his unwavering faith, even in the face of impossible odds, and a stark reminder that even saints can't defy tropical diseases. Despite the personal tragedies and financial drain of his crusades, Louis IX's reign is widely considered the zenith of the Capetian monarchy, a period when France achieved unprecedented internal peace, administrative efficiency, and moral standing among European nations. His commitment to justice, his tireless reforms, and his deep personal piety earned him not only a saintly reputation, but also the enduring loyalty of his subjects, contributing significantly to the consolidation of royal authority and the formation of a stronger, more unified French identity. He left behind a kingdom far more robust, more orderly, and more respected than the one he inherited, proving that a king's greatest legacy isn't always built on conquest, but on character and consistent good governance. His successors would inherit a powerful and well-ordered state, but few would match his unique blend of practical wisdom and spiritual grace. The foundations he laid would endure for centuries, shaping the development of the French state and legal system, and his image as the ideal Christian king would become a powerful archetype, a standard against which all future French monarchs would, often unfavorably, be measured. Louis IX faded into the mists of history, not just as a king, but as a legend, a beacon of justice and piety in a turbulent world. His quiet whisper, a gentle reminder that, even in the chaos of medieval politics, a good heart could sometimes forge the strongest legacy. Following the almost saintly reign of Louis IX, a period during which the Capetian monarchy achieved a zenith of moral authority, administrative efficiency, and territorial consolidation, establishing a truly robust and respected kingdom. His successors inherited a powerful state, but one that would soon face a series of unprecedented challenges, both internal and external, testing the very resilience of the Capuchin legacy. This was an era where the strong foundations laid by earlier kings would be put to the ultimate test, as the subtle pressures of succession, the growing ambitions of the papacy, and the ever-present rivalry with England would begin to fray the edges of that golden age, leading to a period of instability and profound change. The gentle whisper of a saint king would soon be replaced by the louder, more discordant sounds of political maneuvering and impending conflict. Louis IX's immediate successor, his son Philip III, known as the Bold, though perhaps more for his physical courage than his political daring, continued much of his father's policies, maintaining good relations with the Church and further consolidating royal authority. But his reign, 1270–1285, lacked the same transformative impact or moral gravitas. He was, by all accounts, a decent king, but lacked the unique blend of piety and shrewdness that had defined his father, serving more as a steady hand on the tiller, rather than a visionary captain steering the ship into new waters. His most significant territorial gain came through inheritance rather than conquest, as he incorporated the county of Toulouse into the royal domain upon the death of its last count, further solidifying royal control over the south of France. The true inheritor of Philip Augustus's cunning and Louis IX's administrative ambition, albeit without the saintly aura, was Philip IV, known as Philip the Fair, who reigned from 1285 to 1314, a monarch whose strikingly handsome appearance belied a ruthless and pragmatic pursuit of royal power, often at the expense of traditional authorities, like the church and the feudal nobility. Philip the Fair was a king of an entirely new mold, far more interested in centralized control and national interests than in crusades or personal piety, marking a significant shift in the nature of French kingship towards a more absolutist, secular model. He was the kind of guy who wouldn't just take your lunch money. He'd also demand to know your lunch-making process for future reference. Philip IV's reign was largely defined by his relentless pursuit of increased royal revenue and royal power, leading to direct confrontations with two of the most formidable institutions of his age, the papacy and the powerful Knights Templar. He desperately needed funds to finance his wars against England over Gascony and Flanders, a wealthy but rebellious textile-producing region, and he wasn't afraid to innovate, even if it meant stepping on some very sacred toes. His financial innovations included debasing the coinage, which, much like in modern times, rarely makes anyone happy, imposing new taxes on the clergy without papal consent, and even expelling and seizing the assets of the Jews, a tragically common but highly profitable tactic for medieval monarchs facing financial straits. His most dramatic clash, however, was with Pope Boniface VIII, a pontiff equally determined to assert papal supremacy over secular rulers, leading to a power struggle of epic proportions, a true showdown between the spiritual and temporal swords of authority. Boniface issued the bull Unam Sanctam in 1302, proclaiming the Pope's absolute spiritual and temporal authority over all human beings, effectively asserting that kings were ultimately subservient to the Pope, a claim that Philip IV, with his strong belief in royal sovereignty, found utterly unacceptable. Philip, in response, famously sent his minister, Guillaume de Nogaret, to Italy to arrest Boniface at Anagni in 1303, an unprecedented act of defiance against the spiritual head of Christendom, a moment of profound shock across Europe. While Boniface was quickly freed, the humiliation contributed to his death shortly thereafter, a grim victory for the French king. This audacious confrontation ultimately led to the Avignon papacy, 1309 or 1376, often called the Babylonian captivity of the papacy by its critics, during which a succession of popes, largely French and often sympathetic to the French crown, resided in Avignon rather than Rome, effectively falling under the strong influence of the French king. This period significantly undermined the prestige and independence of the papacy in the eyes of many Europeans, while simultaneously strengthening the French monarchy's control over its own national church, a major step towards Gallicanism, the idea of a distinct French church largely free from direct papal interference. It was a brilliant power play by Philip, turning the spiritual leader of Europe into a quasi-employee of the French crown. Philip IV also moved decisively against the wealthy and powerful Knights Templar, a military religious order that had grown immensely rich and influential since the Crusades, lending money to kings and accumulating vast landholdings across Europe, seeing them as a state within a state, and more importantly, coveting their immense wealth. Philip, using spurious accusations of heresy, sodomy, and idolatry, charges obtained through torture, of course, launched a coordinated arrest of Templars across France on Friday, October 13th, 1307, a date forever etched in superstitious lore, and perhaps the origin of the Friday the 13th bad luck charm, if you're into that sort of thing. The subsequent trials, forced confessions, and burning of the Grand Master Jacques de Molay in 1314 effectively annihilated the order in France and allowed Philip to seize their immense assets, providing a much-needed injection of cash into the royal treasury. Historians still argue whether Philip genuinely believed the Templars were heretics, or if it was purely a financially motivated act of judicial murder. But the outcome was certainly lucrative for the crown. The latter part of Philip V's reign was also marked by a series of short, turbulent reigns by his three sons, Louis X, Philip II, and Charles V, a period often referred to as the Cursed Kings because of their rapid succession and lack of male heirs, creating a profound succession crisis for the Capuchin dynasty. This was a stark contrast to the remarkably smooth and continuous male line succession that had characterized the previous 3 centuries of Capuchin rule, leading to an increasing sense of unease and uncertainty about the future of the kingdom. Each king died young, leaving behind only daughters, or in Louis X's case, a posthumous son who died within days, triggering a desperate scramble for clarity on the rules of inheritance, particularly regarding the exclusion of women from the throne. The application of Salic law, a Frankish legal code, remember that from the first section, how it kept women off the throne, which had originally governed private land inheritance, but was now conveniently reinterpreted to exclude women from inheriting the French crown, became the pivotal legal argument during this crisis. This interpretation meant that despite the Capetian kings having surviving daughters, the throne would pass to a more distant male relative, thereby ensuring a male lineage for the French monarchy, a decision that would have monumental and ultimately bloody consequences for the future of France. It was a legal gymnastics routine, bending ancient law to fit present political needs, but it had a certain, shall we say, finality to it. Upon the death of Charles IV in 1328, the last direct Capetian king in the main line, without a surviving male heir, the French throne passed to his cousin, Philip VI of Valois, establishing the new House of Valois as the ruling dynasty of France. This transition, however, immediately raised a thorny and ultimately catastrophic claim from across the English Channel. Edward III of England, whose mother, Isabella, was the daughter of Philip IV, and thus sister to the last three direct Capetian kings, argued that although Salic law might prevent a woman from inheriting the crown, it did not prevent a son from inheriting through his mother. This seemingly reasonable to the English, but ultimately rejected by the French, claim provided the fundamental legal pretext, or perhaps merely the most convenient excuse, for the outbreak of the longest and most devastating conflict in medieval European history, the 100 Years' War. The end of the direct Capetian line, though a product of biological chance rather than political overthrow, marked a dramatic turning point, signaling the close of an era of relatively stable and continuous royal expansion, and ushering in a period of intense warfare, internal strife, and profound social upheaval. The foundations were strong, yes, but the storm clouds of conflict were gathering, promising to test the very core of what it meant to be French, and to challenge the survival of the kingdom itself. The gentle whisper of the Saint King had faded entirely, replaced by the distant rumble of approaching war drums, signifying a period of immense suffering and transformation. The quiet, almost seamless transfer of the French crown from the direct Capetian line to their Valois cousins in 1328, while seemingly a domestic affair, proved to be anything but, immediately igniting a dynastic powder keg that had been simmering for years, ultimately sparking a conflict of unprecedented scale and duration that would reshape the very identity of France and England. This wasn't merely a squabble over a throne. It was a deep-seated clash of emerging nationalisms, economic rivalries, and competing feudal claims, all wrapped up in the convenient package of royal succession, leading to a relentless and devastating struggle that stretched across generations. The stage was set for the 100 Years' War, a conflict that would be less about chivalric glory and more about brutal attrition. The fundamental spark for this monumental conflict was, as remember, the contentious claim of Edward III of England to the French throne, a claim rooted in his lineage through his mother, Isabella, the daughter of the powerful Philip IV, while the French magnates had invoked the Salic law to establish Philip VI of Valois as the rightful king, effectively ruling out inheritance through the female line. Edward III, ever the opportunist, insisted that while a woman might not transmit the crown herself, she could certainly transmit the right to the crown to her son. This legalistic parsing of medieval inheritance law, which sounds a bit like an overly pedantic family argument about who gets grandma's antique teapot, was, in reality, a brilliant political maneuver to justify his territorial ambitions and challenge the new Valois dynasty's legitimacy. Beyond the dynastic claim, deeper tensions fueled the impending war. The rich, wool-producing region of Flanders, nominally a French fief, but economically tied to England through its burgeoning textile industry, was a constant point of contention, with both crowns vying for influence over its rebellious towns. Additionally, the lingering English possession of Gascony in southwestern France, a remnant of the vast Angevin Empire, created a perpetual flashpoint as the English king, as Duke of Aquitaine, was a vassal of the French king for this territory, a fundamentally awkward and often humiliating position for a sovereign monarch. It was a recipe for disaster, a constant friction point that simmered beneath the surface of diplomatic pleasantries. The immediate catalyst for the formal outbreak of hostilities in 1337 was Philip's attempt to confiscate Gascony from Edward III, ostensibly for Edward's refusal to perform proper feudal homage and his continued support for Flemish rebels. Edward responded by formally asserting his claim to the French throne, a bold declaration of war that signaled a new, far more dangerous phase in Anglo-French relations, moving beyond simple border skirmishes to a full-blown struggle for the ultimate prize, the French crown itself. The gauntlet had been thrown, and the long, brutal fight had begun. The early years of the war saw a series of stunning English victories, largely attributable to their superior military tactics, particularly the devastating effectiveness of the English longbowmen, who could unleash a torrent of arrows with fearsome accuracy and speed, revolutionizing medieval warfare. The French, still clinging to traditional heavy cavalry charges and the notion of individual chivalric prowess, were ill-prepared for this new, more disciplined form of combat, leading to catastrophic defeats that repeatedly humiliated the French nobility and destabilized the Valois monarchy. It was a harsh lesson in military innovation, proving that sometimes the simple, deadly elegance of an arrow can outmatch the grand spectacle of a charging knight. The Battle of Crécy in 1346 was the first major engagement, a crushing defeat for the numerically superior French army, where English longbows decimated wave after wave of French knights, exposing the vulnerabilities of traditional feudal levies and highlighting the tactical genius of Edward III. The casualties were immense. The prestige of the French nobility shattered, and the path lay open for the English to besiege and capture the crucial port city of Calais, which would remain an English possession for over 2 centuries, serving as a constant staging point for future invasions, a painful thorn in the side of the French kingdom. It was a psychological blow as much as a military one, showing that the English were not to be underestimated. Even more devastating was the Battle of Poitiers in 1356, where the French, again with numerical superiority, suffered another humiliating defeat at the hands of Edward, the Black Prince, Edward III's eldest son. And even more shockingly, King John II of France, Philip II's son, was captured and taken prisoner to England, an unprecedented disgrace for a reigning French monarch. The ransom demanded for the king's release was astronomical, placing an unbearable financial burden on an already struggling kingdom, leading to widespread social unrest, including a major peasant revolt known as the Jacquerie in 1358, fueled by poverty, resentment against the nobility, and the general chaos of the war. It was a bleak period where the very foundations of French society seemed to be crumbling. The capture of the king and the subsequent internal turmoil forced the French to sign the incredibly harsh Treaty of Bretigny in 1360, which granted England vast territorial concessions in southwestern France, including virtually all of Aquitaine, in full sovereignty, rather than as feudal holdings, and reduce the king's ransom, although it remained enormous. This treaty, though temporarily halting hostilities, was a massive blow to French pride and sovereignty, effectively acknowledging England's control over a significant portion of what France considered its own rightful territory. It felt less like a peace treaty and more like a massive concession of defeat, a painful reminder of how far the Valois had fallen from the heights of Louis IX's reign. However, just as France seemed on the verge of total collapse, a new figure emerged who would prove to be a more astute and resilient leader. Charles V, known as the Wise, who inherited a devastated kingdom in 1364, but possessed a keen intellect, an aversion to direct battlefield confrontation, perhaps wisely given previous French fortunes, and a remarkable talent for administration and strategic planning. Charles V recognized that France could not win through conventional pitched battles against the English longbow, and instead adopted a Fabian strategy of attrition, avoiding direct engagements, harassing English supply lines, and slowly reclaiming lost territories through sieges and guerrilla warfare. He was less about grand gestures and more about smart, grinding attrition, turning the tide one small victory at a time. Charles V rebuilt the royal army, investing in artillery and developing a more disciplined professional fighting force, and entrusted key commands to skilled generals like Bertrand du Guesclin, a brilliant Breton knight who became the Constable of France, leading successful campaigns to systematically roll back English gains. He also focused on improving royal finances, centralizing administration, and strengthening fortifications, turning French cities and castles into formidable strongholds that could withstand prolonged sieges, effectively neutralizing the English advantage in open battle. It was a slow, painstaking process, but it yielded results, like carefully patching up a leaky boat, bit by bit, until it was seaworthy again. By the end of Charles V's reign in 1380, much of the territory lost in the Treaty of Bretigny had been recovered, and the English presence in France was largely reduced to a few coastal enclaves, most notably Calais and parts of Gascony. He had rescued the kingdom from the brink of disaster, restoring much of its pride and re-establishing the Valois monarchy as a credible, if still vulnerable, power. His death, unfortunately, marked the end of this period of recovery, as the ongoing war, coupled with new internal challenges, would soon plunge France back into chaos, proving that even the wisest king could only hold back the tide of misfortune for so long. The initial phase of the 100 Years' War had been a brutal education for France, forcing it to adapt, innovate, and endure, setting the stage for even greater trials yet to come. The kingdom was battered, but not broken, and the war was far from over. A long, weary path still stretched ahead, promising more blood and sorrow. Even as France, under the steady and strategic hand of Charles V, had painstakingly managed to reclaim much of its lost territory and begin to stabilize its battered institutions, pulling the kingdom back from the precipice of utter collapse in the relentless grip of the 100 Years' War, a far more insidious and devastating enemy, unseen and utterly merciless, was already sweeping across the continent, an invisible scourge that would inflict a level of demographic, social, and psychological devastation almost unimaginable. This wasn't an army of English longbowmen or rebellious lords. It was the Black Death, a plague that would indiscriminately cut swathes through the population, leaving a profound and lasting mark on every aspect of medieval French society, proving that sometimes the greatest threats come not on horseback, but on the backs of fleas. The arrival of the Black Death in Europe, usually attributed to infected fleas on black rats carried by merchant ships from Asia, was not a gradual creeping phenomenon, but a sudden, terrifying explosion of disease that appeared in port cities in the mid-14th century, spreading with horrifying speed inland, leaving a trail of death and despair in its wake. It reached France around 1347-1348, making landfall in southern ports like Marseille, and within months it had swept across the entire kingdom, striking indiscriminately at rich and poor, noble and peasant, fundamentally altering the very fabric of society with its unprecedented mortality rates. This wasn't just an epidemic, it was an apocalypse in slow motion, a biological terror that seemed to defy all understanding and resistance. The symptoms were gruesome and unmistakable: fever, chills, vomiting, and perhaps most terrifyingly, the telltale swollen, painful lymph nodes or buboes, hence bubonic plague, that often appeared in the groin, armpits, or neck, swiftly followed by blackening of the skin due to internal hemorrhaging, a visible manifestation of the disease's deadly grip. Death usually followed within days of the onset of symptoms, often in excruciating agony, leaving families and communities reeling from the swift, brutal losses, struggling to comprehend a pestilence that seemed to strike down healthy individuals with no apparent cause, inspiring widespread fear and desperation. People truly believed the end of the world was nigh. And honestly, who could blame them? The demographic impact of the Black Death on France was nothing short of catastrophic, wiping out an estimated 1/3 to 1/2 of the population within just a few short years, a staggering loss that effectively depopulated entire villages, emptied towns, and left vast tracts of agricultural land untended. The sheer scale of death disrupted every aspect of daily life. Farms lay fallow for lack of laborers, workshops closed, and traditional social structures buckled under the strain of so many sudden, inexplicable deaths, leading to widespread social dislocation and an acute labor shortage. It was a demographic reset of epic proportions, changing the balance of power between those who owned the land and those who worked it, often for the benefit of the survivors. The economic consequences were equally profound, as the dramatic reduction in population led to a sharp increase in the value of labor, empowering surviving peasants and urban workers who could now demand higher wages and better working conditions from desperate landlords and masters. This shift challenged the traditional feudal system, which had relied on a surplus of cheap labor, prompting a slow but significant move towards a more wage-based economy and contributing to the gradual decline of serfdom in many regions of France. Landlords, faced with empty fields, sometimes resorted to leasing land or offering more favorable terms to attract workers, gradually eroding the old, rigid social hierarchy. Socially, the plague triggered a range of reactions, from heightened religious fervor and penitential movements, like the flagellants, who whipped themselves in public processions, believing their suffering would appease God's wrath, to a surge in hedonism and despair, as some survivors, facing the omnipresent threat of death, decided to simply live for the moment. The widespread belief that the plague was divine punishment for sin, led to a desperate search for scapegoats, often resulting in increased persecution of minority groups, particularly Jews, who were falsely accused of poisoning wells or spreading the disease, leading to horrific massacres in several French towns. It was a terrifying time when fear often trumped reason and paranoia ran rampant. The Black Death also profoundly impacted the 100 Years' War itself, intermittently forcing truces and periods of reduced hostilities as both English and French armies were decimated by the plague, rendering grand campaigns temporarily impossible. While the immediate effect might have been a temporary lull in fighting, the long-term demographic shifts ultimately weakened both combatants, forcing them to rethink recruitment strategies and exacerbating financial woes, contributing to a more brutal and prolonged conflict once the plague's initial fury had passed. It was a cruel reminder that even the most ambitious kings and armies were ultimately at the mercy of forces far beyond their control. The psychological impact of the plague was immense and enduring, fostering a pervasive sense of fear, uncertainty, and a morbid fascination with death, which found expression in art, literature, and religious practices. The macabre dance of death, Danse Macabre, became a popular motif in paintings and frescoes, depicting skeletons leading people of all social classes in a grim procession to their graves, a stark and universal reminder of mortality and the fleeting nature of earthly life. The fragility of life and the capriciousness of fate became common themes, shaping the collective consciousness for generations, a grim legacy that lingered long after the immediate threat had receded. Despite the profound disruption and suffering, the Black Death also inadvertently spurred innovation and social change. The labor shortage led to increased mechanization in some areas and a greater emphasis on agricultural efficiency. The weakening of traditional feudal bonds provided new opportunities for social mobility for some survivors, particularly those with valuable skills, leading to the gradual emergence of a more diverse and stratified society. The sheer scale of the crisis forced communities to adapt, to find new ways of organizing and surviving in a world dramatically altered by mass death, showing the resilience of the human spirit even in the face of overwhelming tragedy. However, the period immediately following Charles V's death in 1380, even before the full impact of the plague had subsided, saw France once again descend into instability, primarily due to the severe mental illness of his young successor, Charles VI, known tragically as Charles the Mad. His intermittent and increasingly severe bouts of psychosis created a profound power vacuum at the heart of the kingdom, leading to a bitter and destructive rivalry between two powerful factions of the French nobility, the Armagnacs and the Burgundians. This internal strife, rather than allowing France to recover from the plague, plunged it into another era of self-inflicted wounds, making it vulnerable once more to renewed English aggression. The kingdom had barely caught its breath from one disaster before tumbling headlong into another, a cruel twist of fate that would leave it further exposed to foreign invaders. As France reeled from the demographic shockwaves of the Black Death and grappled with the profound instability caused by the mental incapacity of Charles VI, a critical juncture emerged, characterized by a vacuum of royal authority that swiftly became a battleground for ambitious and powerful noble factions, tearing at the very fabric of the kingdom. This wasn't merely a political disagreement. It was a deeply personal, often brutal, feud between two rival branches of the French royal family, a bitter internal conflict that would cripple the kingdom's ability to resist external threats and ultimately bring it to the brink of utter ruin. The stage was set for a civil war, a conflict more destructive than any foreign invasion, turning Frenchmen against Frenchmen. The profound and recurring bouts of madness suffered by King Charles VI, beginning around 1392 and growing progressively worse, rendered him intermittently and eventually almost continuously incapable of ruling, leaving the vast kingdom effectively headless, a rudderless ship adrift in a stormy sea. During his lucid intervals, Charles might issue decrees, but his periods of intense delusion, during which he believed he was made of glass or was otherwise afflicted, meant that true power inevitably devolved to a regency council, and more importantly, to the most influential members of the royal family, who immediately began to jockey for control of the ailing king and, by extension, the kingdom itself. It was a tragic situation where the very symbol of national unity became its greatest weakness. A king who was literally losing his mind and taking his country with him. This power vacuum quickly sparked a bitter and increasingly violent rivalry between two powerful ducal houses, both closely related to the king, the Armagnacs and the Burgundians. On one side stood Louis, Duke of Orléans, the king's younger brother, who eventually came to lead the faction known as the Armagnacs, after his father-in-law, Bernard Latythe, Count of Armagnac, who later took a more prominent leadership role, representing a more centralized royalist approach, often associated with heavier taxation and a desire to continue the war against England. On the other side was John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy, the king's cousin, who commanded the immensely wealthy and militarily powerful Duchy of Burgundy, a semi-independent state that stretched from the Low Countries into France and Germany, eager to assert its own independence and influence. These two factions, though ostensibly fighting for control of the kingdom, were really locked in a personal struggle for wealth, power, and prestige, turning the royal court into a viper's nest of intrigue. The rivalry between Orléans and Burgundy escalated from political maneuvering to open warfare in the streets of Paris and across the French countryside, characterized by assassinations, reprisals, and brutal sieges, turning neighbor against neighbor and tearing families apart. The murder of Louis of Orléans in 1407, orchestrated by John the Fearless himself, marked a dramatic and bloody escalation of the conflict, plunging France into a full-blown civil war that utterly consumed its resources and attention, making the prospect of fighting a unified external enemy almost impossible. It was a grim spectacle, demonstrating the profound dangers of unchecked feudal ambition, a self-inflicted wound of immense proportions. This internal strife, often more destructive than the earlier phases of the 100 Years' War, effectively created a power vacuum that the English, under the brilliant and opportunistic King Henry V, were all too eager to exploit. Henry V, recognizing that France was hopelessly divided and weakened by its civil conflict, renewed England's claims to the French throne with renewed vigor, launching a fresh invasion in 1415, at a moment when France was most vulnerable. He was, in essence, kicking a kingdom when it was already down, a ruthless but effective strategy, proving that even a powerful nation can be brought to its knees by its own internal divisions. The culminating disaster for France was the Battle of Agincourt in 1415, a truly iconic and catastrophic defeat for the French, echoing the earlier horrors of Crécy and Poitiers. Despite vastly outnumbering the exhausted and disease-ridden English army, the French, once again reliant on their heavily armored knights and hampered by poor tactical leadership, and a muddy battlefield that turned into a quagmire for their cavalry, were utterly decimated by the disciplined English longbowmen. Thousands of French nobles, including several dukes and counts, were killed or captured, a devastating blow to the French military and aristocratic leadership that left the kingdom reeling, effectively stripping it of an entire generation of its fighting elite. It was a bloodbath, a national humiliation that felt like a divine curse, leaving French morale in tatters and their army in ruins. The aftermath of Agincourt was compounded by the cynical betrayal of the Burgundians, who, seeing the utter collapse of French royal power and eager to gain an advantage over their Armagnac rivals, entered into an alliance with Henry V. In 1419, the new Duke of Burgundy, Philip the Good, John the Fearless, having been assassinated by Armagnac supporters, fueling even greater Burgundian animosity, signed the Treaty of Troyes in 1420 with Henry IV and the despairing, mentally incapacitated Charles VI, a treaty of truly monumental consequence that effectively disinherited the Dauphin Charles, the future Charles VII, and recognized Henry V as the rightful heir and regent of France. This unprecedented agreement also stipulated that Henry V would marry Catherine of Valois, Charles VI's daughter, uniting the two royal houses and effectively handing the French crown to the English monarch upon Charles VI's death. It was a catastrophic capitulation, a legal surrender of the entire kingdom, sealed by the signature of a king who was barely lucid. This ignominious treaty formally established the dual monarchy of England and France, a deeply ironic outcome for a war that had started over English claims to the French throne. Henry V, at the height of his power, was now heir to both crowns, and English forces occupied large swathes of northern France, including Paris, which became their administrative center. The legitimate French Dauphin, Charles, the future Charles VII, was effectively disinherited and mocked as the King of Bourges, his court relegated to the south of France, controlling only a dwindling portion of the kingdom that remained loyal to him. France was literally split in two, its capital occupied by a foreign power, its legitimate heir a marginalized figure, and its nobility divided by a bitter civil war. It was the lowest point in French history, a moment where the very idea of a sovereign French nation seemed on the verge of extinction. The political fragmentation was complete. A large, prosperous part of northern France, including Paris, was under English Burgundian control, while the beleaguered Dauphin struggled to maintain authority in the south, battling both the English and the Burgundians, who effectively served as English allies. The future of France seemed bleak, almost hopeless, with its king a prisoner of his own mind, its nobility consumed by internecine feuds, and its capital under foreign occupation. The centuries of Capetian efforts to build a unified kingdom appeared to be unraveling before the eyes of a bewildered and suffering populace, as the relentless violence and political instability made everyday life a desperate struggle for survival, a truly dark age descending upon the land. The quiet, almost gentle transition of power at the dawn of the Capetian dynasty now felt like a distant, impossible dream replaced by the harsh reality of civil strife and foreign domination. With France effectively bifurcated, its northern territories, including the crucial capital of Paris, under the dominion of the Anglo-Burgundian alliance, and the legitimate, if somewhat despondent, Dauphin Charles, relegated to a precarious and increasingly marginalized existence in the south, the kingdom seemed trapped in an inescapable spiral of civil war and foreign occupation. A truly bleak outlook for a nation once on the cusp of European preeminence. The once proud Valois monarchy, so recently rescued by the strategic brilliance of Charles V, now appeared utterly defeated, its future hanging by the slenderest of threads, as both its territory and its morale dwindled in the face of relentless English pressure and internal betrayal. This was a moment of profound despair, where the very notion of a sovereign French identity seemed on the verge of fading into oblivion. The situation for the Dauphin Charles, the rightful heir to the French throne, was dire indeed. Marginalized, demoralized, and derisively nicknamed King of Bourges by his enemies due to his limited control over a small region in central France, he was seen as weak, indecisive, and increasingly illegitimate, not only by the English and Burgundians, but even by many of his own disillusioned subjects. His court was plagued by infighting and lack of funds. His army was meager, and his prospects for reclaiming his birthright seemed virtually non-existent, making him a figure of pity rather than a rallying point for a struggling nation. He was, by all accounts, a king in name only, seemingly awaiting the inevitable final blow from his more powerful adversaries. However, the tide of this seemingly hopeless war was about to turn, not through a brilliant military strategist or a seasoned diplomat, but through the astonishing emergence of an illiterate peasant girl from the obscure village of Domremy in Lorraine, a figure whose unwavering faith and extraordinary courage would ignite a desperate and improbable French revival. This was Joan of Arc, a young woman who, at just 17 years old, claimed to hear divine voices instructing her to liberate France from English domination and ensure the Dauphin's coronation at Rennes, a city deep in enemy territory. Her appearance was so unexpected, so improbable, that it felt like a direct intervention from heaven, a last-ditch effort by Providence to save a dying kingdom. Joan's journey to the Dauphin's court at Chinon in 1429 was itself a remarkable feat, requiring her to convince local authorities of her divine mission across enemy lines, and perhaps, most challenging of all, persuade a skeptical Dauphin and his equally dubious advisors of her authenticity and capabilities. She famously identified Charles, despite him attempting to disguise himself among his courtiers, a moment that convinced many of her divine insight, though historians still argue whether this was truly a miraculous recognition or a carefully orchestrated theatrical display designed to impress the wavering Dauphin. Regardless, her conviction and charisma were undeniable, breathing new life into a court that had long since succumbed to fatalism. Her first major impact came at the Siege of Orléans, a strategically vital city in central France that had been under English siege for months and was on the verge of falling, a loss that would have opened the path to the Dauphin's last strongholds and effectively spelled the end for French resistance. Joan, against all military logic and the initial skepticism of the French commanders, insisted on a direct assault, riding into the thick of the fighting, inspiring the demoralized French troops with her presence, courage, and unshakable belief in victory, transforming them from a dispirited rabble into a formidable fighting force. Her appearance invigorated the French, seemingly turning the psychological tables on the English, who began to believe she was divinely aided, or perhaps divinely cursed. Within just 9 days of her arrival, the English siege was broken, and Orléans was relieved, a miraculous victory that immediately transformed the entire psychological landscape of the war, shattering English morale and instilling a renewed sense of hope and purpose among the French. This triumph, almost entirely attributed to Joan's inspirational leadership and unwavering faith, proved to be the turning point of the 100 Years' War, demonstrating that a single, determined individual, imbued with seemingly supernatural conviction, could indeed alter the course of history. It was a victory for belief itself, a testament to the power of unwavering faith in the face of overwhelming odds. Following the relief of Orléans, Joan pressed the Dauphin to undertake a daring march through enemy territory to Reims, the traditional site of French royal coronations, a bold and perilous journey that would legitimize Charles's claim to the throne in the eyes of God and man. Despite the immense risks and the presence of numerous English and Burgundian garrisons along the way, the journey was a triumph, with towns opening their gates to the advancing French army, inspired by Joan's presence and the momentum of their recent victory. The coronation of Charles VII at Reims in 1429 was a moment of immense symbolic importance, transforming the King of Bourges into a truly anointed monarch, a divine confirmation of his legitimacy that resonated deeply with the devout French populace, making him a true king, not just a claimant. Joan's meteoric rise, however, was tragically short-lived. Despite her continued calls for a march on English-held Paris, the newly crowned Charles VII and his advisors, ever cautious and perhaps intimidated by her growing popularity and unconventional influence, hesitated, allowing the English and Burgundians to regroup. In 1430, while attempting to relieve Compiègne, Joan was captured by Burgundian forces, who then sold her to the English, a moment of profound betrayal and strategic blunder by the French that sealed her fate. The English, determined to discredit her divine claims and break French morale, subjected her to a lengthy and politically motivated heresy trial in Rouen, orchestrated by pro-English French clerics, a show trial designed to prove she was a witch and a heretic, thereby undermining Charles VII's legitimacy, which was so closely linked to her. Despite her eloquent and courageous defense, Joan was ultimately convicted of heresy and burned at the stake in Rouen in 1431 at the tender age of 19, a tragic and brutal end for a figure who had so profoundly changed the course of French history. Her martyrdom, however, far from discrediting her, cemented her legacy as a saintly figure and a national heroine, inspiring even greater resistance against the English and further fueling French patriotism, effectively backfiring on her English captors. Her sacrifice, rather than ending the war, reinvigorated the French resolve, turning her into a powerful symbol of resistance, a rallying cry for a nation fighting for its very soul. The execution of Joan of Arc, though a horrific event, ultimately did not reverse the tide of the war. If anything, it solidified French determination and removed the only obstacle to the crucial reconciliation between Charles VII and Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy. In 1435, the Treaty of Arras was signed, a momentous agreement that saw Philip the Good abandon his alliance with England and formally recognized Charles VII as the legitimate King of France, in exchange for significant territorial concessions and royal apologies for the assassination of his father, John the Fearless. This defection of Burgundy, the most powerful and strategic ally of the English, was the decisive turning point in the 100 Years' War, effectively isolating the English forces and robbing them of their crucial continental leverage. Historians still argue whether the Treaty of Arras or the Relief of Orleans was the true turning point of the war, but together they undeniably set France on the path to victory. With the Burgundian alliance shattered, the English cause in France was doomed. Charles VII, no longer the King of Bourges, but a legitimate monarch backed by a reunified, if war-weary nobility, gradually rebuilt his army, implemented financial reforms that ensured a steady stream of revenue, and adopted new military technologies, particularly effective use of artillery, which revolutionized siege warfare and made English castles and fortified towns increasingly vulnerable. The momentum had irrevocably shifted, and the end of the long, brutal war was finally in sight, a testament to the enduring power of hope, even in the darkest of times. With the crucial reconciliation between King Charles VII and the powerful Duke Philip the Good of Burgundy, cemented by the Treaty of Arras in 1435, effectively isolating the English forces on the continent and robbing them of their most vital ally, the seemingly endless and utterly devastating 100 Years' War began its inexorable grind towards a conclusion, transforming from a desperate struggle for French survival into a systematic process of expelling the remaining English garrisons. This was a period not of dramatic, sweeping victories, but of methodical siege warfare, strategic consolidation, and administrative reform, as the French, now unified and energized, slowly but surely reclaimed their territory, pushing the invaders back towards the sea. The tide had truly turned, and the English presence in France, once so formidable, was now merely a matter of time. Charles VII, once the timid King of Bourges, had matured into a shrewd and pragmatic ruler, largely shedding his earlier indecisiveness and demonstrating a quiet determination to rebuild his shattered kingdom. Recognizing the lessons learned from earlier French defeats, he embarked on a comprehensive program of military reform, reorganizing the royal army from unreliable feudal levies into a more professional, disciplined fighting force, creating permanent companies of royal soldiers, compagnies d'ordonnance, that were directly loyal to the crown and funded through regular taxation. This was a revolutionary step, moving away from the chaotic and often disloyal feudal system towards a standing national army, a crucial development for the consolidation of royal power and the future of French warfare. A key innovation during this final phase of the war was the increasing effectiveness of artillery. French engineers developed and deployed powerful new cannons that could effectively breach the walls of English-held castles and fortified towns, a game-changer that rendered many traditional medieval defenses obsolete and significantly reduced the time and cost of sieges. This technological advantage, combined with improved logistics and a more unified command structure, allowed the French to systematically recapture strongholds that had previously seemed impregnable, chipping away at the remaining English enclaves with increasing efficiency. It was a new era of warfare, where the roar of cannons replaced the clang of swords as the sound of impending victory. The psychological impact of Joan of Arc's martyrdom, far from breaking French morale, had ignited a fervent sense of national identity and resolve, turning her into a powerful symbol of resistance and divine favor for the French cause. This burgeoning patriotism, coupled with the disillusionment and war weariness within England, which was itself suffering from internal strife, including the Wars of the Roses, further contributed to the gradual decline of English military effectiveness and their dwindling desire to continue the costly and increasingly futile war on the continent. The momentum was entirely with the French, who now fought with a renewed sense of purpose and divine blessing, while the English were increasingly bogged down, fighting a war they no longer truly believed they could win. Between 1449 and 1450, Charles VII launched a series of decisive campaigns that systematically swept through Normandy, reclaiming the duchy that had been lost for over 3 decades, and dealing a major blow to English prestige and strategic interests. The Battle of Formigny in 1450 was a particularly decisive victory, where French forces, making effective use of their artillery, crushed an English relief army, opening the way for the recapture of Caen and the complete expulsion of the English from Normandy. This was a sweet victory, reclaiming a territory so intrinsically linked with centuries of Anglo-French rivalry, a visible sign that the tide had truly turned for good. The final major battle of the 100 Years' War, and effectively its conclusion, was the Battle of Castillon in 1453, fought in Gascony, the last significant English stronghold in France. Here, a well-entrenched French army, again leveraging its superior artillery, inflicted a crushing defeat on the English forces led by the legendary English commander John Talbot, who was killed in the engagement. This was a particularly devastating loss for the English, as it marked the end of their long-standing presence in Gascony, a territory they had held for centuries, tracing its lineage back to the marriage of Eleanor of Aquitaine. With Castillon, the last significant English military presence on French soil was utterly annihilated, and the war, after 116 years of intermittent but brutal conflict, was effectively over. By the end of 1453, the English retained only a single continental possession, the strategic port city of Calais, which they would hold on to for another century, a lingering, isolated remnant of their vast former claims. All other English territories in France, including the immense Duchy of Aquitaine, Normandy, Anjou, and Maine, had been decisively brought back under the direct control of the French crown. This remarkable achievement, largely orchestrated by Charles VII, transformed the Valois monarchy from a precarious claimant to the undisputed master of a vastly expanded and consolidated kingdom, fundamentally altering the geopolitical balance of power in Western Europe. Historians still argue whether the end of the 100 Years' War at Castillon was truly the definitive end of Anglo-French conflict, given their continued rivalry, but it certainly marked the decisive conclusion of the major phase of hostilities. The conclusion of the 100 Years' War brought immense relief to a war-weary France, allowing the kingdom to finally focus its energies on internal recovery and reconstruction after more than a century of constant warfare, foreign occupation, and civil strife. The immediate aftermath was characterized by a period of healing, rebuilding, and demographic recovery, as the land, scarred by generations of conflict, slowly began to flourish once more. The physical devastation was immense, but the psychological scars ran even deeper, creating a collective memory of hardship, and a strong desire for stability and peace. The Long War had, paradoxically, forged a stronger, more unified French national identity. The shared experience of suffering under English occupation and the collective struggle for liberation had fostered a sense of common purpose and allegiance to the French crown that transcended narrow feudal loyalties. The king was no longer just a distant overlord. He was the embodiment of France, the leader who had ultimately delivered them from foreign domination, a powerful symbol of national unity. This new sense of shared identity, born from the crucible of conflict, would prove to be a powerful force in the centuries to come. Furthermore, the war had accelerated the decline of feudalism in France, as the widespread devastation, the rise of standing armies, funded by the crown, and the increasing importance of royal administration eroded the power of the independent nobility. The king, with his professional army and centralized tax collection system, now wielded far more direct power than ever before, marking a significant step towards the absolutist monarchy that would define France in the early modern period. The chaos of war had inadvertently cleared the path for a more centralized state, proving that destruction can sometimes be a precursor to profound, if painful, transformation. The stage was now set for the final consolidation of royal power, a process that would define the late medieval period and usher France into its early modern era, with the Valois kings reigning over a vastly expanded and more unified kingdom than any of their predecessors. The hard-won peace brought a chance for a new beginning, a moment to rebuild and to look forward, leaving behind the dark shadow of the Long War and embracing the dawn of a new, more centralized French state. The whisper of hope, long suppressed by the din of war, could now be heard once more, promising a brighter, more unified future for the battered but ultimately victorious kingdom. With the last remnants of English occupation largely expelled from French soil and the devastating 100 Years' War finally concluded in 1453, the battered but ultimately triumphant Kingdom of France stood at a critical crossroads, facing the monumental task of internal reconstruction, economic recovery, and, most importantly, the final consolidation of royal authority over a nobility still clinging to its ancient feudal privileges. This wasn't merely a matter of peace. It was an opportunity to fundamentally redefine the relationship between the king and his subjects, to dismantle the last vestiges of fragmented power, and to forge a truly unified national state, a task that would require shrewdness, patience, and often a ruthless pragmatism, setting the stage for a period of intense political maneuvering and profound transformation. The scars of war were deep, but the ambition for a stronger, more centralized France was even deeper. The king charged with this formidable task was Louis XV, who ascended the throne in 1461, a monarch whose reputation as the Spider King perfectly captured his cunning, secretive, and often ruthless nature, a man who preferred diplomacy and intrigue over open warfare, and who pursued the centralization of royal power with an almost obsessive dedication. Louis XV was the antithesis of the chivalrous knight. He was a master of political chess, weaving intricate webs of alliances and conspiracies, a true pragmatist who understood that brute force alone would not secure his kingdom's future. He was less about grand pronouncements and more about quiet, subtle manipulation, a medieval spy master on the throne. Louis XIV's primary objective was to crush the remaining independent power of the great feudal magnates, who, despite the war's unifying effect, still posed significant challenges to royal supremacy, clinging to their vast domains and acting as virtual independent rulers within their territories. The most formidable of these rivals was Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, a fiercely ambitious and bellicose ruler who controlled a vast and wealthy collection of territories stretching from the Low Countries to Switzerland, effectively creating a powerful middle kingdom that constantly threatened to encircle and overshadow the French royal domain. This was not just a duke. This was a rival monarch in all but name, a force to be reckoned with, and Louis knew he had to neutralize him. The rivalry between Louis XV and Charles the Bold was a defining feature of the early part of Louis's reign, a protracted struggle between two diametrically opposed visions for the future of France. Charles, advocating for a powerful, independent Burgundian state and the preservation of feudal liberties, and Louis, relentlessly pushing for a centralized, absolutist monarchy. Louis, ever the master of indirect engagement, avoided direct military confrontation with Charles where possible, preferring to undermine him through espionage, diplomatic isolation, and stirring up rebellions among Charles's own subjects and neighbors. He was a master of asymmetrical warfare, using cleverness instead of brute force, which was perhaps fortunate given Charles the Bold's impressive military machine. Louis XV's diplomatic brilliance was evident in his ability to maintain strategic alliances with other European powers, particularly the Swiss Confederacy, whose formidable pikemen were a terror on the battlefield, and even, at times, England, playing his rivals against each other and ensuring that Charles the Bold remained isolated. He also skillfully exploited Charles's own hubris and reckless military ambitions, particularly the Duke's disastrous wars against the Swiss, which ultimately led to Charles the Bold's death in battle at Nancy in 1477, a moment that must have filled Louis XV with quiet, profound satisfaction, as his greatest rival had effectively eliminated himself. Historians still argue whether Louis XV secretly orchestrated Charles the Bold's downfall or simply capitalized brilliantly on his opponent's blunders. But the outcome was certainly favorable for the Spider King. The death of Charles the Bold marked a pivotal moment for France. Without a male heir, Charles's vast Burgundian territories were immediately disputed, and Louis XV wasted no time in seizing the Duchy of Burgundy itself as an escheated fief, a feudal holding reverting to the crown upon the extinction of its male line, directly incorporating it into the royal domain. While he was unable to claim all of Charles's possessions, the Low Countries, Flanders, and Artois eventually passed to Charles's daughter, Mary, and her husband, Maximilian of Austria, leading to centuries of future conflict between France and the Habsburgs. The annexation of the Duchy of Burgundy was a monumental expansion of royal territory and a decisive blow to the power of the great feudal nobility. It was the biggest land grab since Philip Augustus, and it vastly strengthened the French crown. Beyond his triumph over Burgundy, Louis XV systematically worked to dismantle the remaining pockets of aristocratic independence throughout France. He ruthlessly suppressed rebellious vassals, often through judicial means rather than open battle, employing his growing network of royal officials and his expanding legal system to assert the king's ultimate authority. He famously used cunning and bribery to win over opponents, often offering lucrative positions or pensions rather than engaging in costly sieges, believing that a golden cage was often more effective than an iron one. He was a master of psychological warfare, knowing exactly how to manipulate those around him to achieve his ends. Louis XIII also continued the work of administrative centralization that had been a hallmark of the Capetian dynasty. He strengthened royal finance, establishing more efficient tax collection methods, though these taxes were often heavy and unpopular, and maintaining a standing army that was directly loyal to the crown, further reducing the king's reliance on often unreliable feudal levies. He encouraged trade and industry, recognizing that a prosperous kingdom was a powerful kingdom, and supported the growth of towns and the emerging merchant class, who increasingly looked to the king for protection against the remnants of feudal oppression. He was building a modern state, piece by methodical piece, transforming a medieval kingdom into an early modern monarchy. His reign also saw the early adoption of new technologies, most notably the printing press, which Louis XIV shrewdly recognized as a powerful tool for disseminating royal decrees, propaganda, and learned texts, further enhancing the reach and influence of the centralized government. He was a forward-thinking monarch, always looking for an edge, whether it was in diplomacy, administration, or technology, proving that even a spider could have a vision for the future, however intricate and manipulative it might be. Historians still argue whether Louis XIV's rule was truly despotic or merely a necessary step in unifying France, but its long-term impact on the nature of French monarchy is undeniable. The legacy of Louis XV was profound. He had effectively broken the power of the great feudal lords, vastly expanded the royal domain, and established a degree of centralized authority that laid the groundwork for the absolute monarchy of the coming centuries. He left his successors a kingdom that was far more unified, more fiscally robust, and more militarily powerful than the fragmented realm he had inherited, truly transforming France into a dominant force on the European stage. His reign marked the decisive end of medieval feudalism as a serious political challenge to the crown, ushering in an era where the king's word was increasingly law across the entire realm. While his methods were often ruthless and his personality famously calculating, Louis XIV's accomplishments were undeniable, securing the internal peace and unity that France desperately needed after the ravages of the 100 Years' War. He was a king who understood the necessity of consolidation above all else, and his reign marked the final decisive chapter in the long, often violent story of unifying the diverse territories of medieval France into a single, cohesive nation-state. The quiet, almost invisible threads he wove would ultimately bind the kingdom together with an unbreakable strength, setting the stage for France's emergence as a major European power in the early modern period. With the relentless Spider King, Louis XI, having successfully spun his intricate web of political intrigue and military consolidation to effectively neutralize the great feudal challenges, most notably the formidable Duchy of Burgundy, France emerged from the long, bloody shadows of the 100 Years' War and the subsequent internal power struggles as a remarkably transformed entity. This was no longer the fragmented, vulnerable kingdom of the early Valois, but a centralized, powerful, and increasingly unified nation-state, its royal authority firmly established as the dominant force, marking a decisive shift from the medieval mosaic of semi-independent lordships to the threshold of early modern absolutism. The groundwork for a truly national monarchy had been laid, piece by painstaking piece, through centuries of strategic maneuvering and hard-won battles. The legacy of Louis XV was immediately apparent in the subsequent reigns, particularly that of his son Charles VIII, who ascended the throne in 1483. Charles, though young and perhaps lacking his father's cunning, inherited a remarkably stable and prosperous kingdom, one whose finances were in better order and whose administration was more centralized than ever before. The great aristocratic houses, once challengers to the crown, were now largely subdued, their lands either incorporated into the royal domain or their power significantly curtailed, meaning the king could now focus on projecting French power outwards rather than constantly battling internal rivals. This newfound internal cohesion allowed France to cast its gaze beyond its borders, a significant departure from its introspective, survival-focused past. This period, often considered the twilight of the medieval era and the dawn of the early modern, saw the French monarchy solidify its position through further administrative reforms and continued economic development. The royal bureaucracy, increasingly staffed by educated, loyal commoners and legal professionals, the gens de robe, rather than hereditary nobles, became more efficient and pervasive, extending the king's reach into every corner of the realm, ensuring the collection of taxes and the enforcement of royal justice. This growing network of professional administrators, directly dependent on the king, further eroded the power of local feudal lords, effectively replacing their often arbitrary rule with a more uniform system of royal governance, making life, in theory, a bit more predictable for the average subject. Economically, the end of the 100 Years' War and the subsequent internal peace allowed for a significant period of recovery and growth. Trade routes, once plagued by bandits and local tolls, became safer under royal protection, stimulating internal commerce and the growth of towns. The burgeoning textile industry, particularly in regions like Normandy and Picardy, benefited from renewed stability and agricultural production, slowly recovering from the demographic devastation of the Black Death, saw increased output. The Crown, with its more efficient tax collection system and growing revenue streams, could now invest in infrastructure, maintain its standing army, and even dabble in foreign adventures, a clear sign of its increasing power and prosperity. The Capetian-Valois policy of strategic marriages, which had brought so many disparate territories into the royal domain over the centuries, continued to be a crucial tool for consolidating the kingdom. The most significant example during this period was the eventual marriage of Charles VIII to Anne of Brittany in 1491, securing the definitive annexation of the independent Duchy of Brittany into the French royal domain. This was a long sought-after prize, as Brittany, with its strategic coastline and distinct cultural identity, had remained the last truly independent great feudal territory on France's western flank. Its integration, though not without initial resistance, completed the territorial unification of medieval France, transforming it from a collection of powerful regions into a truly cohesive geographical entity, a single, unified land stretching from the English Channel to the Mediterranean. Historians still argue whether Anne of Brittany truly consented to this marriage, or if it was more of a forced political union. But its impact on French unity was undeniable, with France now largely unified internally and its royal authority firmly established. The ambitions of its monarchs began to look beyond its borders, initiating a new era of expansionist foreign policy that would define much of the early modern period. Charles the Fiend, perhaps inspired by tales of chivalry and a desire for glory, turned his gaze towards Italy, a politically fragmented but culturally and economically rich peninsula that offered tempting opportunities for territorial gain and prestige. This marked the beginning of the Italian Wars, a series of complex and often brutal conflicts that would draw France into a long-standing rivalry with the Habsburgs and other European powers, transforming the nature of European diplomacy and warfare. Charles VIII's invasion of Italy in 1494, ostensibly to assert his dynastic claim to the Kingdom of Naples, a rather tenuous claim inherited from the House of Anjou, a sort of historical hand-me-down that suddenly seemed appealing, was a massive undertaking involving a large, well-equipped French army. His initial march through Italy was surprisingly swift and relatively unopposed, demonstrating the newfound military might of the unified French kingdom and sending shockwaves across the Italian states and the rest of Europe, who had not seen such a powerful, unified national army in centuries. It was a grand, if ultimately strategically flawed, display of French power, signaling to the world that France was now a force to be reckoned with, ready to flex its muscles on the European stage. While Charles VIII's direct claim to Naples ultimately faltered, and he was forced to retreat from Italy in 1495 due to the formation of a hostile coalition of Italian states and other European powers, the League of Venice. His invasion fundamentally altered the political landscape of Europe. It introduced sophisticated Italian Renaissance ideas, art, and military technologies to France, spurring cultural exchange and contributing to the flourishing of the French Renaissance, a fascinating cross-pollination of ideas that enriched French culture immensely. It also marked the beginning of France's long and often costly engagement in Italian affairs, setting a precedent for future French monarchs to seek influence and territory in the peninsula, continuing the complex dance of European power politics. The reigns immediately following Louis XV, particularly that of Charles VIII and his cousin and successor, Louis XII, firmly established the transition from medieval to early modern France. The kings now possessed a more unified territory, a more centralized administration, a more professional army, and a more robust financial system, providing them with the tools necessary to project power, both domestically and internationally. The lingering feudal challenges were largely a thing of the past, replaced by the complexities of managing a large, diverse kingdom and navigating the treacherous waters of multinational diplomacy. The slow, patient work of the Capetian dynasty, stretching back centuries, had finally come to fruition. From the precarious beginnings of Hugh Capet, a king with little more than a title and a small royal domain, France had been painstakingly built, piece by piece, through strategic marriages, shrewd diplomacy, military consolidation, and the gradual assertion of royal law. The 100 Years' War, though devastating, had paradoxically forged a stronger national identity and accelerated the decline of feudalism, paving the way for a more centralized and powerful state. The cultural and intellectual life of France, too, was beginning to flourish, influenced by the Italian Renaissance and laying the groundwork for a period of artistic and literary brilliance. The medieval period, with its fragmented allegiances and local power centers, was truly fading, giving way to a new era of powerful national monarchies and global ambitions, setting the stage for France's ascendancy on the European stage. The whisper of the past, filled with the clatter of knights and the cries of peasants, now held the distinct murmur of a burgeoning national power, ready to write its next chapter. As the 15th century drew to a close, with France now largely unified, its internal feudal challenges decisively brought to heel by the cunning of Louis XI and the strategic annexation of Brittany, the nation found itself on the cusp of an intellectual and artistic awakening, a cultural flourishing that, while influenced by the vibrant energies of the Italian Renaissance, would develop its own distinct French character. This wasn't merely a passive reception of foreign ideas. It was a dynamic process of absorption, adaptation, and unique expression, transforming the cultural landscape of a kingdom that had long been defined by its martial prowess and religious piety into one increasingly rich in scholarship, literature, and art. The whisper of swords began to be subtly, beautifully replaced by the murmur of humanism and the rustle of artists' brushes. The influence of the Italian Renaissance on France became particularly pronounced following Charles VIII's invasion of Italy in 1494 and subsequent French military engagements in the peninsula during the Italian Wars. While these campaigns were often militarily inconclusive and financially draining, they served as a crucial conduit for the transmission of new ideas, artistic styles, and scholarly pursuits from the highly advanced Italian city-states to the French court and nobility. French soldiers and courtiers, accustomed to the more austere Gothic forms of their homeland, were utterly captivated by the vibrant colors, classical forms, and humanist philosophies they encountered in Florence, Rome, and Venice, bringing back not just spoils of war, but also a profound admiration for Italian culture. It was like suddenly discovering a whole new dimension of beauty and thought, a truly mind-expanding experience for the medieval French mind. This cultural exchange initiated a gradual but profound transformation in French intellectual life, away from the scholasticism and theological debates that had dominated medieval universities towards a renewed interest in classical antiquity, humanism, and empirical observation. French scholars began to study Greek and Latin texts with renewed vigor, collecting ancient manuscripts and developing critical approaches to historical and literary studies, mirroring the intellectual fervor that had swept across Italy. The emphasis shifted from understanding the divine through revelation to understanding humanity through reason and the study of ancient wisdom, a subtle but revolutionary change that broadened the scope of intellectual inquiry. In the realm of architecture and fine arts, the impact was immediate and visible. French chateaux, which had largely retained their defensive, castellated forms, began to incorporate the elegant, symmetrical designs and classical ornamentation of Italian villas, evolving into the magnificent Loire Valley chateaux, like Chenonceau and Chambord, which stand as enduring testaments to this fusion of French and Italian aesthetics. French artists and craftsmen, whether Italian masters invited to work at the French court, like Leonardo da Vinci, who spent his last years in France under the patronage of Francis I, or native talents inspired by Italian examples, began to experiment with new techniques, perspective, and subject matter. moving beyond purely religious themes to embrace portraiture, mythological scenes, and secular subjects, bringing a new vibrancy and realism to French art. It was a visual feast, transforming austere strongholds into palaces of pleasure and beauty. The rise of the printing press, introduced to France in the 1470s, played a pivotal role in accelerating this cultural and intellectual diffusion, making books and ideas far more accessible than ever before, dramatically reducing their cost and increasing their circulation beyond the confines of monasteries and royal libraries. This technological revolution democratized knowledge, allowing humanist texts, classical literature, and even vernacular works to reach a wider audience, fostering literacy and stimulating a broader intellectual discourse among the educated elite. It was, arguably, the original internet, democratizing information and sparking a quiet revolution in how people learned and communicated. A truly transformative invention that changed everything about how knowledge was created and consumed. In literature, this period saw the emergence of significant figures who began to write in the vernacular French language, embracing humanist themes and developing new literary forms. Poets like Clément Marot, influenced by Petrarch and other Italian lyricists, explored themes of love, nature, and satire with a newfound elegance and wit. The colossal figure of François Rabelais, with his Gargantua and Pantagruel, penned sprawling satirical novels that celebrated human vitality, challenged medieval conventions, and showcased a boundless intellectual curiosity, blending erudition with earthy humor in a way that truly captured the exuberant spirit of the age. His works, filled with giants and philosophical feasts, are a riotous celebration of life, a far cry from the somber tales of chivalry that had dominated earlier French literature. Historians still argue whether Rabelais was primarily a satirist, a philosopher, or simply a master storyteller, but his unique voice undeniably marked a watershed in French literary history. The intellectual curiosity of the age also manifested in the expansion and reform of French universities, particularly the University of Paris, the Sorbonne, which, while still a bastion of scholasticism, began to incorporate humanist studies into its curriculum, reflecting a broader shift in educational priorities. Royal patronage also played a significant role, as successive French kings, particularly Francis IV, in the early 16th century, actively supported scholars, artists, and architects, seeing cultural prestige as a vital component of national power and a reflection of their own magnificence, a strategy that mirrored the patronage networks of the Italian princes. This royal embrace of the arts helped to foster a vibrant intellectual environment, attracting talent and ideas from across Europe. This cultural flowering, however, was not entirely separate from the ongoing consolidation of royal power. Indeed, it often served to reinforce it. The grand architectural projects, the opulent court life, and the intellectual achievements all contributed to the increasing prestige and legitimacy of the French monarchy, presenting it as a sophisticated, enlightened power worthy of universal respect. The king became not just a military leader and administrator, but also a cultural arbiter, a patron of beauty and knowledge, further enhancing his image as the central figure of a blossoming nation. The whisper of artistic endeavor became intertwined with the growing roar of royal authority, a harmonious, if sometimes discordant, symphony of power and beauty. The intellectual and cultural ferment of the late 15th and early 16th centuries marked the decisive end of the medieval period in France, a transition away from the predominantly agrarian, feudal, and religiously orthodox society towards a more urbanized, centralized, and intellectually inquisitive early modern state. The world was expanding, not just geographically with the age of discovery, but intellectually, with new scientific ideas beginning to challenge old dogmas, and the seeds of the scientific revolution were quietly being sown, though their full impact would not be felt for another century or two. The focus was gradually shifting from the afterlife to the present, from the divine to the human, a subtle but profound change in worldview that would have far-reaching consequences. This period was characterized by a synthesis of old and new, where Gothic cathedrals still towered over nascent Renaissance palaces, and scholastic debates continued alongside humanist dialogues, creating a rich, complex cultural tapestry. It was a time of dynamic change, of breaking free from ancient constraints while still honoring the past. A vibrant fusion that forged the unique character of early modern France. The whispers of the past, now enriched with new voices and fresh perspectives, gently faded into the broader current of cultural transformation, leaving behind a kingdom poised for even greater prominence on the world stage, its identity more defined, its aspirations more grand, and its future stretching wide before it. As the cultural and intellectual landscape of France began to blossom with the vibrant hues of the Renaissance, transitioning gracefully from its medieval past towards a more centralized and powerful future, the kingdom simultaneously embarked upon a path of internal stability and administrative refinement that would further solidify the authority of the French crown, laying the indispensable groundwork for the grand, if sometimes tumultuous, stage of early modern absolutism. This wasn't a sudden dramatic revolution, but rather a methodical, often imperceptible, strengthening of state apparatus, ensuring that the king's will, previously often diluted by feudal intermediaries, now flowed unimpeded throughout the entire realm. The whisper of newfound cultural vibrancy was now accompanied by the quiet hum of a highly efficient, increasingly pervasive royal bureaucracy. The reigns of Charles VIII and Louis XIII, who succeeded Charles VIII in 1498 as Charles died childless, passing the throne to his cousin, were crucial in building upon the foundations laid by Louis XIV, shifting the focus from simply suppressing rebellious nobles to actively integrating vast regions into a cohesive national framework. Louis XIII, often remembered as the father of the people for his efforts to reduce taxes and ensure justice, nevertheless continued the relentless process of administrative centralization, streamlining royal finances and legal systems. His marriage to Anne of Brittany, the widow of Charles VIII, further cemented the definitive incorporation of that strategic duchy into the royal domain, completing the territorial unification of mainland France, a long-sought goal of the Capuchin and Valois dynasties. It was a painstaking generational project, bringing all the disparate pieces of the puzzle together, finally, into one glorious, if sometimes unwieldy, whole. The period saw the systematic expansion of the royal judicial system, with the Parlement, high courts of justice, rather than legislative bodies, as the English Parliament, in Paris and other major cities, gaining increasing authority, superseding local feudal jurisdictions and ensuring a more uniform application of royal law across the kingdom. These powerful judicial bodies, staffed by professional lawyers and magistrates, became crucial instruments of royal power, asserting the king's ultimate authority as the fount of justice and providing a means for ordinary subjects to appeal against the arbitrary rule of local lords. It was a slow but steady chipping away at localized power, ensuring that even the most obscure dispute could, theoretically, end up before the king's appointed judges, tying the realm together with threads of royal decree. Financially, the crown continued to refine its methods of taxation, developing a more efficient and regular system for collecting revenue, particularly the tael, a direct land tax, and the gabelle, a highly unpopular salt tax, which provided the essential funds for maintaining the burgeoning standing army and supporting the increasingly elaborate royal court. This centralization of financial administration meant that the king was less reliant on the sporadic and often grudging contributions of his feudal vassals, giving him an unprecedented degree of financial independence and, consequently, political autonomy. Money, as they say, makes the world go round, and in this case, it certainly helped build a centralized monarchy. The increasing professionalization of the royal army also played a pivotal role in this consolidation. The experiences of the 100 Years' War had underscored the unreliability of feudal levies, leading to the creation of permanent companies of professional soldiers directly beholden to the king, paid regularly, and equipped with the latest military technologies, especially artillery. This standing army, a symbol of the king's formidable power, not only served as a deterrent against external enemies, but also as a powerful tool for enforcing royal authority within the kingdom, ensuring that any lingering pockets of aristocratic resistance would be swiftly and decisively put down. It was a potent combination, the power of the purse and the power of the sword, both firmly in the king's hands. The burgeoning age of discovery and overseas expansion, while initially dominated by Spain and Portugal, also began to capture the attention of the French monarchy, albeit with a more cautious and later approach. Early French explorations, like those of Jacques Cartier in North America, laid the groundwork for future colonial ventures and a burgeoning interest in global trade, signaling France's growing awareness of a world beyond European borders and the potential for new sources of wealth and influence. This outward gaze, however nascent, was a testament to the kingdom's newfound internal stability and its growing confidence on the world stage, indicating a shift from purely continental concerns to broader global ambitions, a truly modern development. The religious landscape, however, was about to be profoundly shaken by a force that would test the newly unified kingdom's stability in ways that previous conflicts had not. The Protestant Reformation, originating in Germany with Martin Luther's 95 Theses in 1517, the Reformation's ideas, particularly those of John Calvin, a Frenchman himself, whose rigorous theology gained immense traction, rapidly spread across Europe, challenging the monolithic authority of the Roman Catholic Church and leading to deep theological divisions. In France, followers of Calvinism came to be known as Huguenots, and their growing numbers, particularly among the nobility and urban merchant classes, posed a direct threat to the religious unity of the kingdom, which had long prided itself on its eldest daughter of the church status. The early response of the French monarchy Under Francis I, who succeeded Louis XIV in 1515, marking the true beginning of the French Renaissance and an era of grand kingship, was initially tolerant, reflecting a blend of humanist curiosity and political pragmatism. As Francis was often more concerned with his wars in Italy and rivalry with the Habsburgs than with theological squabbles. However, as the number of Huguenots grew and their ideas became more openly challenging to royal and Catholic authority, this tolerance began to wane. The affair of the placards in 1534, where Protestant pamphlets denouncing the Catholic Mass were posted even on the king's bedchamber door, was a turning point, seen as a direct affront to the monarch and leading to a much harsher crackdown on Protestants. This escalating tension signaled that religious differences were quickly becoming a matter of state security, intertwining faith with political stability. The latter part of the 16th century would see France plunge into a series of devastating wars of religion, a brutal and protracted period of civil strife between Catholics and Huguenots that would once again tear the kingdom apart, undoing much of the internal unity painstakingly built over centuries and leading to widespread bloodshed, assassinations, and massacres. These conflicts, though nominally religious, were deeply intertwined with political ambitions, noble rivalries, and foreign interference, turning France into a bloody chessboard for European powers. It was a painful reminder that even a seemingly unified kingdom could be shattered by ideological divisions, leading to a level of internal violence unseen since the darkest days of the 100 Years' War. This dark chapter of religious conflict, though lying just beyond the traditional scope of the medieval period, was a direct consequence of the changing intellectual and social landscape that had emerged in the late 15th and early 16th centuries. The forces that had led to the Renaissance, the printing press, and a more centralized monarchy inadvertently contributed to the volatile mix that would unleash the fury of religious warfare. The quiet whispers of scholarly debate and artistic innovation were now drowned out by the cries of religious fanatics and the clang of civil war. A stark and tragic reminder that progress often comes with unforeseen and brutal costs. The unified France that had emerged from the medieval crucible was about to face its greatest internal test yet, a test of faith, loyalty, and sheer endurance, threatening to unravel centuries of painstaking consolidation and push the very fabric of the nation to its breaking point. As the shadows of the medieval era lengthened and France stood on the precipice of a new, tumultuous age, its hard-won unity, so carefully constructed through centuries of Capetian and Valois perseverance, was about to be severely tested by a brutal and protracted period of internal religious conflict, a bitter struggle that would prove far more destructive to the kingdom's stability than any external war. The seeds of the Protestant Reformation, planted across Europe, had taken root in France, growing into a formidable force that would pit Frenchmen against Frenchmen, leading to decades of bloodshed, political intrigue, and a series of dynastic crises that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the state. The whisper of the printing press, once a symbol of enlightenment, now carried the discordant cries of religious zealots, shattering the fragile peace. The wars of religion, roughly 1562 to 1598, were not merely theological disputes. They were complex, intertwined conflicts fueled by a volatile mix of religious fervor, aristocratic rivalries, dynastic ambitions, and foreign interference, turning France into a brutal chessboard for the ambitions of powerful noble families and neighboring European monarchs. The powerful House of Guise, staunchly Catholic and fiercely ambitious, led the Catholic League, advocating for the suppression of Protestantism and wielding immense influence over the young and often weak Valois kings. Opposing them were the Bourbons, a powerful noble family with strong Huguenot leanings, and their allies, most notably Gaspard de Coligny, a prominent Huguenot leader and military commander. The Valois monarchy, caught in the middle, often struggled to maintain control, its authority eroded by the escalating violence and the powerful factions vying for dominance. The conflict erupted into open warfare in 1562, following a series of escalating provocations and massacres, plunging France into a cycle of brutal civil war that would last for over 3 decades, marked by periods of uneasy peace, punctuated by renewed hostilities. Towns and cities became battlegrounds, the countryside was ravaged, and ordinary people suffered immensely as armies crisscrossed the land, driven by religious hatred and political ambition. It was a time of profound social dislocation, where trust was a luxury and suspicion a necessity for survival, turning the dream of a unified France into a nightmarish reality of sectarian violence. One of the most infamous and brutal events of the Wars of Religion was the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre in August 1572, a horrific targeted slaughter of Huguenots in Paris, which quickly spread to other towns across France, occurring just days after the marriage of the Huguenot king Henry of Navarre, the future Henry IV, to Margaret of Valois, King Charles IX's sister, an attempt to reconcile the Catholic and Protestant factions. The massacre began on the night of August 24th, triggered by the failed assassination attempt on Admiral Coligny. Charles IX, under immense pressure from his mother Catherine de' Medici and the Guise faction, allegedly ordered the killing of Protestant leaders, leading to an explosion of indiscriminate violence that saw thousands of Huguenots murdered in Paris alone, their bodies filling the Seine River, a chilling testament to the depth of religious hatred. Historians still argue whether Catherine de' Medici directly orchestrated the massacre or merely lost control of an already volatile situation, but its devastating impact on Huguenot-Catholic relations was undeniable, poisoning any hope of lasting peace for years to come. The massacre sent shockwaves across Europe, reigniting the civil war with even greater ferocity and confirming for many Huguenots that a Catholic monarchy could not be trusted, leading them to organize more formally for their own defense, creating a quasi-independent state within a state in certain regions. The subsequent phases of the war saw shifting alliances, foreign interventions, with Spain supporting the Catholics and England and German Protestant princes aiding the Huguenots, and a series of inconclusive battles, further depleting royal resources and demonstrating the monarchy's inability to impose a lasting solution. The Valois line, increasingly weak and childless, seemed destined to fail, leading to an even greater crisis of succession that complicated an already impossible situation. The dynastic crisis intensified with the War of the Three Henrys, 1587-1589, pitting the reigning King Henry III, the last Valois king who was caught between the warring factions, against Henry of Navarre, the legitimate Bourbon heir to the throne, but a Protestant, and Henry, Duke of Guise, the powerful leader of the Catholic League, who harbored his own ambitions for the crown. This triangular conflict, marked by assassinations and political maneuvering, ultimately led to the murder of both Henry of Guise, orchestrated by Henry III, and then, in turn, Henry III himself, leaving Henry of Navarre as the sole remaining claimant to the French throne. It was a truly Shakespearean drama, with more twists and turns than a medieval labyrinth. However, a Protestant king ruling a predominantly Catholic France was an unthinkable prospect for many, particularly in Paris, which was a staunchly Catholic stronghold. Henry of Navarre, a pragmatic and politically astute leader, recognized that Paris is worth a mass, and in 1593 he famously converted to Catholicism, a strategic decision that, while disappointing to his Huguenot followers, effectively removed the greatest obstacle to his accession and paved the way for widespread acceptance of his rule. This act of conversion, though seen by some as cynical, demonstrated Henry's ultimate commitment to unifying France, prioritizing national peace over personal religious conviction. A truly revolutionary concept for the age. Crowned as Henry IV in 1594, he embarked on the monumental task of rebuilding a shattered kingdom, finally bringing an end to the wars of religion. His most significant achievement was the promulgation of the Edict of Nantes in 1598, a landmark decree that granted significant rights to Huguenots, including freedom of conscience throughout the kingdom, public worship in designated areas, access to the public office, and the right to maintain fortified towns for their protection. This wasn't complete religious toleration by modern standards, but it was a revolutionary step for its time, acknowledging the reality of religious plurality and providing a framework for peaceful coexistence, effectively ending decades of bloody civil war and ushering in a much-needed era of peace and stability. Historians still argue whether the Edict of Nantes was a truly enlightened act or a mere pragmatic compromise, but its tangible effect was to finally quell the destructive religious violence. Henry IV's reign, 1589 to 1610, marked the true beginning of the French early modern state, characterized by his tireless efforts to restore royal authority, rebuild the devastated economy, and promote national unity. He surrounded himself with able advisors, most notably the Duke of Sully, who implemented crucial financial and administrative reforms, reducing the national debt, improving infrastructure, and encouraging agriculture, laying the groundwork for France's future prosperity. Henry also worked to pacify the remaining rebellious nobles, often through a blend of firmness and generous pensions, gradually integrating them into the royal court and replacing their independent power with loyalty to the crown. He was the ultimate healer, stitching his fractured nation back together, one pragmatic decision at a time. His assassination in 1610 by a Catholic fanatic, François Ravaillac, was a tragic blow, cutting short the reign of a king who had done so much to restore peace and stability, and plunging France into another period of regency and potential instability under his young son Louis XIII. However, Henry IV had laid a strong enough foundation that the kingdom, though temporarily shaken, would ultimately continue its trajectory towards greater centralization and eventual absolutism. The dark shadow of the wars of religion, with their whispers of fanaticism and the clatter of constant conflict, had finally lifted, replaced by the promise of a revitalized monarchy, ready to assert its dominance both at home and abroad. The painful lessons of internal division and foreign interference had been learned at a terrible cost, forging a collective desire for a strong, unchallenged monarchy capable of ensuring peace and order above all else. This yearning for stability, born from the crucible of religious conflict, would profoundly influence the political philosophy of the coming centuries, setting the stage for the unbridled absolutism of Louis XIV. The medieval world, with its localized loyalties and fragmented powers, had now given way to a nation acutely aware of the need for central authority, poised to project its might across Europe. The whisper of religious dissent was now firmly silenced by the growing roar of a unified, powerful French state, ready to emerge as a dominant force on the global stage. Even as the strong hand of Henry IV had meticulously stitched together a France ravaged by decades of religious civil war, bringing an unprecedented period of peace and laying robust foundations for a centralized monarchy, his untimely assassination plunged the kingdom into yet another regency, a precarious interlude where the fragility of royal authority, particularly under a child king, once again became apparent, threatening to unravel the hard-won unity. This was a moment of vulnerability, a test of whether the structures Henry had built were robust enough to withstand the inevitable power struggles that erupted whenever the throne was occupied by a minor, allowing powerful nobles and the queen regent to jostle for influence, potentially undermining the path towards absolutism. The whisper of hard-won stability suddenly felt very faint, replaced by the murmurs of ambition and factionalism. The young king, Louis XIV, ascended the throne in 1610 at the tender age of 9, meaning that real power resided with his mother, Marie de Medici, who served as regent. Marie, though well-intentioned, proved to be an indecisive and often short-sighted ruler, heavily reliant on her Italian favorites and failing to effectively control the ambitious French nobility, who immediately seized the opportunity to reassert their traditional privileges and challenge royal authority. This period of regency was marked by renewed aristocratic unrest, constant intrigue at court, and a general weakening of the central government, threatening to revert France to the chaotic feudalism that Louis XV and Henry IV had worked so tirelessly to suppress. It was a familiar pattern, a recurring nightmare for the crown, where the absence of a strong hand at the helm allowed the wolves to circle. However, the trajectory towards absolutism, though temporarily stalled, was ultimately irresistible, driven by a deeply ingrained desire for order and stability, born from the trauma of the wars of religion. The pivotal figure in redirecting France back onto this path was Cardinal Richelieu, who, starting in 1624, rose to become Louis XIII's chief minister, a position he would hold until his death in 1642, effectively becoming the true power behind the throne and one of the most consequential figures in French history. Richelieu, a brilliant statesman, ruthless pragmatist, and unwavering proponent of royal absolutism, dedicated his life to two overarching goals: consolidating the king's absolute power within France and asserting France's dominance in European affairs. He was less a churchman and more a strategic mastermind, a political chess player of the highest order, whose quiet brilliance reshaped the continent. Richelieu's domestic policy was singularly focused on crushing all potential sources of opposition to royal authority, systematically dismantling the power of the nobility and undermining the political and military independence of the Huguenots. He pursued a policy of demolishing feudal castles that were not essential for defense, preventing rebellious lords from fortifying their strongholds and challenging the king. He banned dueling among the nobility, a traditional and often deadly pastime, aiming to redirect their martial energies towards service to the crown rather than internecine feuds, emphasizing that violence was now the king's sole prerogative. It was a clear message. The days of independent aristocratic power were over, and royal law was paramount, even if it meant stepping on some very important, very aristocratic toes. His actions against the Huguenots were particularly decisive. While the Edict of Nantes had granted them religious freedom, it had also allowed them to maintain fortified towns and an independent military force, creating a state within a state that Richelieu viewed as an unacceptable challenge to the king's sovereign authority. The most significant action was the siege of La Rochelle, 1627-1628, a major Huguenot stronghold and port city that resisted royal authority. Richelieu personally directed the arduous siege, building a massive seawall to cut off the city's supplies, ultimately starving it into submission. The fall of La Rochelle marked the end of Huguenot political and military power in France, though they retained their religious freedoms under the Peace of Alès, 1629, which modified the Edict of Nantes by stripping them of their fortified towns and political assemblies. Historians still argue whether Richelieu's actions against the Huguenots were purely political or religiously motivated, but their effect was to firmly establish the king's authority over all subjects, regardless of faith. Richelieu also greatly expanded the system of intendants, royal administrators drawn from the bourgeoisie and directly appointed by the king, who were sent to the provinces to oversee justice, finance, and policing, effectively bypassing traditional noble governance and ensuring direct royal control over local affairs. These intendants, loyal only to the crown and acting as the king's eyes and ears throughout the realm, became the backbone of the centralized French administration, systematically eroding local autonomy and weaving a tight network of royal authority across the entire kingdom. It was a subtle but incredibly effective administrative revolution, bringing the remote provinces firmly under the watchful eye of Paris. In foreign policy, Richelieu's overarching goal was to break the encirclement of France by the powerful Habsburg dynasty, which controlled Spain, Austria, and much of Germany, and to establish France as the dominant power in Europe. Despite being a cardinal of the Catholic Church, he famously put state interests, raison d'etat, above religious considerations, aligning France with Protestant powers like Sweden and the German Protestant princes in the devastating 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648, which was largely fought between Catholic and Protestant states in Germany. This pragmatic approach, shocking to many at the time, demonstrated Richelieu's ruthless focus on national power, believing that a strong France, even allied with Protestants, was essential for the balance of power in Europe. France's direct intervention in the 30 Years' War from 1635 onwards, initially through subsidies to Protestant allies and later through full military engagement, significantly shifted the balance of power in the conflict, weakening the Habsburgs and paving the way for eventual French ascendancy. This costly but ultimately successful strategy would culminate in the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648, which formally ended the 30 Years' War, significantly weakening the Holy Roman Empire, granting France territorial gains, including parts of Alsace, and establishing a new European order based on the principle of state sovereignty, with France emerging as the preeminent power on the continent. It was a diplomatic triumph, signaling France's arrival as a true superpower, all thanks to the relentless vision of its cunning cardinal. Richelieu's policies, though often ruthless and unpopular with the nobility, effectively laid the complete groundwork for the absolute monarchy that would reach its zenith under Louis XIV. He bequeathed to Louis XIII a kingdom where royal authority was largely unchallenged, its internal enemies subdued, and its international standing dramatically enhanced, making France a formidable player on the European stage. He demonstrated that true power lay in centralization, in a disciplined state apparatus, and in a foreign policy guided by national interest rather than outdated feudal or religious loyalties. His death in 1642, followed by Louis XIII's own death just a year later in 1643, once again left France with a child king, Louis XIV, and another regency, this time under his mother, Anne of Austria, and her own chief minister, Cardinal Mazarin, Richelieu's hand-picked successor. This new regency would face its own severe challenges, particularly the aristocratic revolts known as the Fronde, a final desperate gasp of the old feudal nobility against the encroaching tide of absolutism, demonstrating that even Richelieu's iron grip had not entirely extinguished the embers of aristocratic rebellion. But the overall trajectory was clear. France was on an unstoppable path towards a singular, powerful, and ultimately absolute monarchy, preparing the stage for its grandest act yet, a reign that would define an entire era. The whispers of defiance were fading, soon to be replaced by the singular thundering declaration of a Sun King. The passing of the formidable Cardinal Richelieu, and shortly thereafter King Louis XIII, once again plunged France into the precarious instability of a regency, this time for the child King Louis XIV, raising anxieties that the hard-won gains of centralization and royal supremacy might unravel in the face of renewed aristocratic ambition. This period, known as the Fronde, 1648-1653, was far more than a simple hiccup. It was a series of complex and often chaotic civil wars, a final, desperate roar from the old feudal nobility, and even some elements of the Parlement of Paris attempting to claw back power from the relentlessly centralizing monarchy. It felt like a collective sigh of exasperation from an aristocracy tired of being told what to do by mere cardinals and strong kings. A last-ditch effort to turn back the clock to a more fragmented, more fun time if you were a duke. The regency was led by Anne of Austria, Louis XIV's mother, and her chief minister, Cardinal Mazarin, Richelieu's hand-picked protégé, a shrewd and pragmatic Italian diplomat who continued his predecessor's policies of consolidating royal power and undermining the Habsburgs, though with a smoother, perhaps more financially motivated touch. Mazarin, however, was unpopular with many French nobles, seen as a foreign upstart, which he was, and a symbol of the crown's increasingly heavy taxation, which was necessary to fund the ongoing 30 Years' War and secure France's dominance in Europe. This resentment, simmering beneath the surface, provided the fuel for the coming storm, proving that even a brilliant minister can't escape the deep-seated grievances of a powerful, disgruntled elite. The Fronde itself unfolded in two main phases: the Parliamentary Fronde, 1648-1649, and the Prince's Fronde, 1650-1653, each revealing different facets of the opposition to royal authority. The Parliamentary Fronde began when the Parlement of Paris, primarily a judicial body, but with a long history of asserting its right to register royal edicts, refused to approve new tax levies proposed by Mazarin, seeking to expand its own political influence and curb the king's arbitrary power. This defiance, somewhat surprisingly, garnered popular support in Paris, leading to barricades in the streets and forcing the royal family to temporarily flee the capital. A truly shocking humiliation for the nascent absolutist monarchy. It was a clear demonstration that even seemingly benign institutions could become centers of resistance when pushed too far, a sort of legalistic rebellion that quickly spiraled out of control. The second phase, the more violent and chaotic Princes Fronde, saw powerful aristocratic figures, led by figures like the charismatic but mercurial Prince de Condé, a cousin of Louis XIV and a brilliant general, launch open rebellions against Mazarin and the royal government, seeking to restore their traditional feudal liberties and limit the king's power. This was a naked struggle for power, with various factions forming and dissolving alliances with dizzying speed, sometimes even allying with Spain, France's long-standing enemy, demonstrating the enduring power of aristocratic self-interest over national unity, even after the ravages of the 30 Years' War. It was a messy, confusing, and often personally vindictive conflict, a sort of aristocratic free-for-all, where personal vendettas often outweighed strategic logic. The chaos and widespread destruction wrought by the Fronde, however, ultimately served to reinforce the very absolutist tendencies it sought to prevent. The French populace, exhausted by decades of war and now internal conflict, yearned for peace and stability above all else, seeing the unbridled ambition of the nobility as the primary source of disruption and suffering. The image of the young King Louis XIV repeatedly fleeing Paris and the general anarchy of the Fronde indelibly shaped his worldview, instilling in him a deep-seated distrust of the aristocracy and a lifelong determination to ensure that no such challenge to royal authority would ever occur again. This first-hand experience of chaos proved to be an invaluable, if traumatic, lesson for the future Sun King. When Mazarin died in 1661, the 22-year-old Louis XIV made the unprecedented decision to rule without a chief minister, famously declaring, "L'État, c'est moi," I am the state, a phrase he probably never actually uttered, though historians still argue whether he said it or if it was a later attribution, but which perfectly encapsulated his philosophy of absolute rule. This marked the true beginning of French absolutism, a system where the king's authority was considered divinely ordained, unquestionable, and absolute, with no legal or constitutional limits on his power. He was not just the head of the state, he was the state, a living embodiment of France itself, a concept that would define his reign and profoundly influence European political thought. Louis XIV systematically implemented policies designed to prevent any recurrence of the Fronde. He famously built the magnificent Palace of Versailles outside of Paris, transforming a royal hunting lodge into a colossal symbol of his power and a gilded cage for the French nobility. By requiring the great aristocrats to reside at Versailles for much of the year, participating in elaborate court rituals and vying for royal favor, he effectively domesticated them, turning them from potentially rebellious warlords into courtiers dependent on his patronage and susceptible to his control. It was a brilliant, if utterly exhausting, psychological manipulation, keeping his rivals close, busy, and financially dependent. Louis XIV's reign, 1643-1715, one of the longest in European history, became synonymous with the concept of absolute monarchy, where all power radiated from the king, who governed through a highly centralized bureaucracy composed of loyal, often bourgeois, ministers and intendants, further diminishing the influence of the traditional nobility. He reformed the army, making it a professional, highly disciplined force under direct royal command. He centralized the administration of justice and finance, and he embarked on a mercantilist economic policy under his brilliant finance minister, Jean-Baptiste Colbert, designed to maximize France's wealth and self-sufficiency through state control over trade and industry. He was building a modern nation-state, a formidable engine of power and prosperity, all under his singular direction. Culturally, Louis XIV's reign was a golden age, often called the Grand Siècle, the Great Century, where French art, literature, and fashion set the standard for all of Europe. Playwrights like Molière and Racine produced timeless works. Composers like Lully created magnificent operas, and architects and artists adorned Versailles with unparalleled splendor, all under royal patronage, reflecting the glory and prestige of the Sun King. This cultural rayonnement further enhanced France's dominance, making it not just a military and political power, but also the arbiter of taste and refinement across the continent, spreading French language and customs like a cultural empire. It was an era of unmatched grandeur, a testament to the idea that power and patronage could indeed foster unparalleled artistic achievement, even if it was primarily for the glorification of one very important man. However, the relentless pursuit of absolute power and the glory of France, while initially successful, came at a heavy cost. Louis XIV's continuous and ambitious wars of expansion, aimed at securing France's natural frontiers, expanding its colonial empire, and asserting its continental dominance against a coalition of European powers, proved incredibly draining on the kingdom's resources, often pushing the French peasantry to the brink of starvation through heavy taxation and prolonged conscription. The latter part of his reign, particularly the devastating War of the Spanish Succession, left France financially exhausted and its population weary of constant conflict, hinting at the future pressures that would ultimately undermine the very system he had so meticulously crafted. The glorious roar of the Sun King, though impressive, was beginning to echo across a kingdom groaning under the weight of its own ambition. The long and impactful reign of Louis XIV, therefore, marked the decisive culmination of centuries of French state-building, transforming a fragmented medieval kingdom into the quintessential early modern absolute monarchy. The whispers of feudal descent had been replaced by the booming pronouncements of a king who truly embodied the state, a figure whose every action was designed to enhance his own power and the glory of France. While the seeds of future discontent were certainly sown in the relentless pursuit of royal grandeur, the sheer scale of his achievement in unifying and strengthening France was undeniable, creating a nation poised for immense influence, forever changing the trajectory of European history. The monumental reign of Louis XIV, the Sun King, had undeniably propelled France to the zenith of its power and prestige, establishing an absolute monarchy that was the envy and often the fear of Europe. Yet the very pursuit of this unparalleled grandeur, marked by relentless warfare and opulent display, began to sow the seeds of profound financial strain and social unrest that would increasingly challenge the magnificent facade. This wasn't merely a minor crack in the royal edifice. It was a deepening structural flaw, a growing disquiet beneath the glittering surface of Versailles, hinting that even the most absolute power could not indefinitely outrun the economic realities or the simmering frustrations of its populace. The thundering pronouncements of the Sun King were now accompanied by the quiet but insistent whisper of a kingdom burdened by its own ambition. While the early and middle years of Louis XIV's reign had seen France expand its territory, fortify its borders, and project its cultural influence across the continent, the latter decades were increasingly dominated by a series of costly and often indecisive wars aimed at securing French dominance, preventing the rise of rival powers, and defending the king's dynastic claims. The War of the League of Augsburg, 1688–1697, and most significantly, the War of the Spanish Succession, 1701–1714, were immense undertakings that drained the royal treasury, forced the imposition of increasingly heavy taxes on a suffering populace, and led to widespread famine and disease, particularly during the harsh winter of 1709. These were not quick, glorious campaigns. They were prolonged, brutal contests of attrition that tested the very limits of French endurance, proving that even a powerful state had finite resources and a finite capacity for suffering. The vast expenditures on warfare, combined with the exorbitant cost of maintaining the lavish court at Versailles and funding ambitious public works, led to a spiraling national debt that plagued the French monarchy for generations. Jean-Baptiste Colbert, Louis XIV's brilliant finance minister, had worked tirelessly to implement mercantilist policies that aimed to increase royal revenue, promote trade, and foster self-sufficiency. But even his ingenious fiscal management eventually succumbed to the relentless demands of the king's military ambitions. The system, for all its improvements, simply couldn't generate enough wealth to keep pace with the king's grand designs, leading to financial innovations like the sale of offices, which brought in short-term cash, but often created entrenched corruption and inefficiency in the long run. It was like trying to fill a bottomless pit with a teacup, an exercise in futility that foreshadowed future financial crises. The relentless pressure of taxation, combined with poor harvests and the disruption of war, led to widespread social unrest among the common people, particularly the peasantry, who bore the brunt of the fiscal burden. There were numerous local revolts and jacqueries throughout Louis XIV's reign, often brutally suppressed, demonstrating the deep resentment simmering beneath the surface of apparent stability. While these uprisings rarely posed an existential threat to the monarchy, they were a stark reminder that even an absolute king ruled by a delicate balance, and that the patience of his subjects, however long-suffering, was not limitless. The whispers of discontent, though often localized, were slowly but surely growing into a collective murmur of frustration. Beyond the financial and social strains, the later years of Louis XIV's reign also saw a growing religious intolerance that would have significant long-term consequences. In 1685, driven by a desire for religious uniformity and believing that the Huguenots had largely converted to Catholicism, Louis XIV famously revoked the Edict of Nantes, the landmark decree issued by his grandfather Henry IV that had granted substantial rights to Protestants. This revocation outlawed Protestant worship, ordered the destruction of Huguenot churches, and mandated the forced conversion of all Protestants, leading to a brutal period of persecution. including the infamous Dragonnades, where royal troops were quartered in Huguenot homes to terrorize them into conversion. Historians still argue whether the revocation was a grave political error or a logical extension of absolute power, but its effects were undeniably damaging. The revocation resulted in a mass exodus of an estimated 200,000 to 400,000 Huguenots from France, many of them skilled artisans, merchants, and professionals who took their talents and capital to rival Protestant countries like England, the Netherlands, and Brandenburg Prussia. This massive brain drain and economic loss severely impacted certain sectors of the French economy and provided a significant boost to France's competitors, demonstrating that even a powerful king could make strategic blunders with far-reaching negative consequences. It was a tragic example of how religious zeal, however well-intentioned, could ultimately undermine national strength, proving that uniformity at any cost often comes at too high a price. The long and ultimately exhausting reign of Louis XIV, while solidifying French absolutism and establishing France as the dominant power in Europe, ultimately bequeathed to his successors a powerful but also deeply indebted and socially strained kingdom. The magnificence of Versailles and the glory of French arms masked a growing internal fragility, a systemic inability to manage the vast expenses of empire without placing an unsustainable burden on its population. The very system designed to prevent instability, absolute monarchy, was becoming increasingly rigid and unresponsive to the underlying social and economic pressures, setting the stage for future challenges that would, much later, violently dismantle the entire edifice. The close of the 17th century and the early 18th century marked the end of the long medieval trajectory that had seen France emerge from a fragmented collection of post-Roman territories to a unified, centralized state. The defining characteristics of medieval France: feudalism, fragmented authority, localized loyalties, and a religiously monolithic, at least in theory, society, had largely been supplanted. The French king, from a mere primus inter pares among powerful lords, had become an absolute sovereign, ruling over a distinct national territory with a professional bureaucracy, a standing army, and a centralized fiscal system. The cultural landscape, once dominated by Gothic cathedrals and scholastic philosophy, was now vibrant with Renaissance humanism, Baroque grandeur, and the stirrings of Enlightenment thought, looking increasingly towards scientific inquiry and reason. The whisper of medieval France, with its chivalric tales, its monastic vows, and its localized peasant life, was now fading into the distant echoes of history, replaced by the louder, more confident hum of an early modern imperial power. The concerns had shifted from defending against Viking raids to maintaining the European balance of power, from consolidating a small royal domain to managing a vast colonial empire, from internal feudal struggles to international dynastic wars. The journey from Roman Gaul to the Grand Siècle had been long, complex, and often violent, but it had forged a unique and powerful nation, a kingdom that had become a central player on the European and indeed global stage. The tapestry of medieval French history, woven with threads of Frankish ambition, Capetian endurance, Valois resilience, and the relentless drive towards centralization, concluded with France as a formidable, if financially stretched, absolute monarchy. The whispers of the old world, the distant memories of fragmented duchies and powerful counts were now hushed by the overwhelming presence of the state, a single unified entity that stood ready to face the challenges of a rapidly changing modern world, its future still unwritten, but its identity, forged through centuries of struggle, irrevocably established. The long sleep of fragmented medieval authority was over, and the powerful engine of the modern French state was now fully awake. Its future, however, far from assured. As the curtain truly falls on the medieval epoch and France solidifies its identity as a powerful, centralized, and increasingly absolute monarchy, the profound transformations of the preceding centuries have left an indelible mark, shaping not just the political landscape, but also the very fabric of society, its economy, and its burgeoning sense of collective identity. This wasn't merely a change in leadership. It was a fundamental reordering of power, a shift from localized, fragmented authority to a singular, overarching royal sovereignty, profoundly influencing every aspect of daily life, from the grand courts of the king to the humble fields of the peasantry. The whispers of old feudal loyalties were now but faint echoes against the resounding declaration of a unified nation, its character forged in the crucible of countless struggles. The enduring legacy of the Capetian and Valois dynasties cannot be overstated. From the precarious beginnings of Hugh Capet in 987, who held little more than nominal authority over a small royal domain surrounded by vastly more powerful feudal lords, these successive lines of kings, through a remarkable combination of strategic marriages, patient diplomacy, relentless warfare, and shrewd administrative reforms, painstakingly built the Kingdom of France, piece by piece, transforming it into a cohesive geographical and political entity. Their consistent policy of securing the hereditary principle, expanding the royal domain, and gradually asserting royal justice and administration over independent lordships laid the indispensable groundwork for a strong centralized state, demonstrating a dynastic persistence almost unique in European history. They were the ultimate long-game players, ensuring their legacy for centuries. The 100 Years' War, though a period of immense devastation and suffering, paradoxically served as a powerful catalyst for national unification and the decline of feudalism. The shared experience of fighting a common English enemy, enduring occupation, and witnessing the collapse of traditional aristocratic structures fostered a nascent sense of French national identity among diverse populations, transcending local loyalties and generating a new allegiance to the king as the embodiment of France itself. The war exposed the limitations of feudal armies and propelled the development of a professional standing royal army, directly loyal to the crown and funded through centralized taxation, thus consolidating the king's military and financial power at the expense of the nobility. It was a painful, bloody birth, but from it emerged a stronger, more self-aware nation, much like a phoenix rising from the ashes, though perhaps still a bit singed. The gradual decline of feudalism was a multifaceted process, accelerated by demographic shifts, especially the Black Death, which profoundly altered the labor market by empowering peasants and urban workers. The rise of a money economy and the king's deliberate policies. Serfdom largely faded in most parts of France, replaced by more flexible tenancy agreements, and the traditional feudal hierarchy, with its intricate web of reciprocal obligations between lord and vassal, was slowly but surely supplanted by a more direct relationship between the king and his subjects. The great feudal magnates, stripped of much of their independent military and judicial authority, were either absorbed into the royal court, becoming courtiers, rather than independent warlords, or their remaining power was constrained by royal intendants and centralized legal systems. The clang of knightly armor was being replaced by the rustle of bureaucratic paperwork, a less romantic but far more efficient sound. Economically, medieval France witnessed significant developments that laid the foundation for future prosperity. The revival of trade and commerce, particularly in urban centers, the growth of guilds, and the establishment of regular markets and fairs contributed to the emergence of a more complex monetized economy, moving away from purely agrarian self-sufficiency. French towns, increasingly centers of economic activity and population, became important sources of royal revenue and support, often allying with the king against the traditional nobility. Recognizing that a strong central authority provided the stability and protection necessary for commercial ventures to flourish. The French agricultural landscape, while periodically ravaged by war and plague, remained the bedrock of the economy, slowly adopting new techniques and recovering its productivity as populations rebounded. The Catholic Church, throughout the medieval period, remained an omnipresent and immensely influential institution, shaping almost every aspect of life, from governance and law to education and social welfare. Its monasteries served as centers of learning and agricultural innovation. Its bishops often acted as royal advisors and administrators, and its moral authority provided crucial legitimacy for the Capuchin kings, who consistently portrayed themselves as the eldest sons of the Church. However, the late medieval period also saw growing internal tensions within the Church, including the Great Western Schism and challenges from reform movements, which, coupled with the rising power of secular monarchs, like Philip IV's subjugation of the papacy and the later Gallican tendencies, gradually chipped away at its universal temporal authority, leading to a more nationalized, if still deeply Catholic, Church. Historians still argue whether the French monarchy truly dominated the Church or simply co-opted its authority for royal ends, but the symbiosis was undeniable. Intellectually and culturally, France transitioned from the scholastic heights of the 13th century, exemplified by figures like Thomas Aquinas and the flourishing of Gothic architecture, which, if you think about it, involved some seriously impressive engineering for its time, to embracing the vibrant currents of the Renaissance. While initially lagging behind Italy, the French absorption of humanist ideas, classical learning, and new artistic styles from the late 15th century onwards transformed its cultural landscape. The printing press, the rise of vernacular literature. Remember Rabelais, a giant of humor and humanism, and the construction of magnificent chateaux combining French and Italian aesthetics signaled a profound shift away from the purely spiritual and collective focus of the High Middle Ages towards a greater emphasis on human potential, individual expression, and worldly pursuits, a clear harbinger of the modern age. The closing of the medieval period left France not as a finished product, but as a dynamic, evolving entity poised for immense power, but also grappling with new challenges. The very strength of its centralized monarchy, a source of stability and national pride, also contained the seeds of future rigidity and eventually revolution, as the burdens of absolutism would grow increasingly heavy on the population. The territorial and administrative unity achieved during the late medieval period provided a formidable platform for France to become the dominant power in 17th century Europe, establishing a vast colonial empire and shaping the continent's diplomatic and military landscape for centuries to come. The medieval journey had been a long and winding road, filled with dark ages, Viking raids, crusading fervor, dynastic struggles, and devastating plagues. But through it all, France had steadily, often painfully, coalesced into a distinct nation. From the scattered remnants of Roman Gaul to the powerful, unified kingdom under the Valois, the story of medieval France is one of remarkable resilience, adaptation, and an enduring drive towards unity and strength. The echoes of these transformations, the whisper of its past, still resonate through the very institutions, laws, and cultural heritage of modern France, a testament to the profound and lasting legacy of its long, complex, and utterly fascinating medieval history. The final whisper of medieval France gently fades, leaving behind a new, powerful, and utterly transformed nation on the world stage.